got the objective. The enemy is in the air.
Ooh, I gotta get this rustiness out of my system, bro. I've been playing different games now. I lost my touch.
Friendly UAV online. Enemy personal radar in the air.
I got one over here and B.
Less than a minute.
Good shit, man. Good shit.
He saw that, bro. I had to chase that guy down. Whew. We got this, man. I haven't played COD in a while, bro. I've been wanting to play. Like, I heard this new update came out, so I'm like, man, I gotta peep it out, check it out, see what's up with it. All right, we got this, man.
Got the objective. The enemy is in the air. Friendly UAV online.
There's another one at... Where were you at? Oh, yeah, he's in that hallway in there. Be careful. I killed one. There was two. The B might be secured.
Less than a minute.
All right, man. We gotta hold it down. We gotta hold it down there, Skits. You ready, bro?
Time's up. Get moving. That's a win.
That's how you do it,
Report
bro.
back to base.
Yeah.
Move.
Search and destroy. Jackpot on enemy assets. Grab the bomb or clear the AO.
All right, bro, we gotta hold it down, man. You ready?
Have the bomb. Move.
I haven't played this map in quite a while. Oh no! I was doing so good and got wrecked. He's hiding by the pillars next to the on the side rail there. Well, nowhere near you, so you're not on the. Oh, there he is. Nice, dude. Damn. Oh! Get him, Sketchy! Yes.
Seconds. Time's up. Move your asses. Put it behind you. We got work to do.
By the way, Sketch, you know what you need to do, bro?
What's up?
On your Discord, you need to link your Xbox account, so when you play games, it will show what game you're playing on Discord.
Search and destroy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool feature. It lets people know what you're playing. Alright, let's do this, man.
Bomb and hit those targets. Bomb is in play. Protect the carrier.
Damn it, I died by the same spot again. Keeps going over there.
Less than a minute.
Oh.
Put it behind you. We got work to do.
Dude, drop shotting is still a thing.
Yeah, it's still a thing, bro. I've done it a few times, but yeah, look at that. That's the case, then I need to start making macros for whenever I shoot, I drop.
Search and destroy.
They should reduce the aim down or ADS or like the, or just something. Maybe put in a little animation. People will stop doing it.
We've got the bomb.
Wow. Careful, Skids. I know there's one over there. I'm gonna... wow, what the hell am I aiming at? What the hell? Yeah. Drop shot can be very annoying. You're absolutely right about that, Jay.
Less than a minute.
Absolutely right about that, dude. It's all good, though. We got this, guys. We got this. Ay, ay, ay. Yo, what's with the ground textures? Like, I don't understand what's causing that stop. I think it's one. It's got to be one of these. So I probably want this on then. I have no idea.
We're planting the bomb. Watch your asses. Take a breath. We're going back in.
I don't know.
Switching sides. Search and destroy.
But you know what? That's Call of Duty, bro. All these many years of this game being played out, and it's what people do, you know?
Asset locations confirmed.
The hell is...
Defending them is enemy UAV overhead.
Bum, 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 bum. What, I got an RPG? Yeah, I do.
Enemy cruise missile incoming.
Careful, skids. Oh! Wow, dude. I knew he was behind that damn bus. Wow. I don't, you know, the biggest complaint I have about this game is the maps. I don't like the layout. I don't like the... I get why they did it. I just don't like... It makes it hard to really play. Like, I mean, not that that's a bad thing, but I just don't like the design of them. Like, they're just... Everything's too... It's too easy to get killed. Yeah. I downloaded that GTFO. I did get it finally, Jay. I don't know what was wrong with it. And then Boogeyman. So I did get those. Thank you so much for those. I really do appreciate it. I think today I'm going to clear up some things on my hard drive while I'm playing the game here. I'm just going to clear some space. So let me open up that window, actually. Because I'm going to start doing that, like, in the background. I'm running out of space on everything, bro. And then yesterday was Star Citizen's free play day. It was still another extra day to play. Fortunately, I wasn't able to get on there. Big bummer, but it's okay. Yeah, it's too wide open. It's all good. You know what I'm gonna do? I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna watch A and not poke myself out too much because the hard scope sniper is across the map. So gotta play it smart here, guys. Let's just hold it down. They changed the claymore damage too, I believe.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
Wow. Looks like they might be going for B. Got him. Wow! I'm getting hard scope by this guy left and right, man. When I snipe, it's never a one shot all the time. Oh, you got the bouncing Betty, bro? Nice.
Take a breath. We're going back in.
It's really hard, yeah. What is it about anyway? I kind of looked at it. It looked at kind of, I don't know. It was different. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna play tonight, though. I probably have to get back on some of that Home Sweet Home. Trying to get this Scar upgraded, man.
Assets identified. We need to keep them intact.
Yeah, they never go to B. Aliens took your prisoner, you try to escape. That's right. Stay out of plain sight, guys. We don't want to be out there. Need a better scope, man. Wow.
Enemy UAV overhead. Less than a minute. Get to Bravo. Enemy bomb planted.
Footsteps are still so damn loud in this game. Wow. Why is the RPG still in my hand? I took it off. Oh, the bomb blew up. It's impossible to play alone? Gotcha. Yeah, we'll try it out, bro. We'll try it out. Yeah. Supposedly, so I read the updates about this game. Supposedly, okay, quote, they reduced footsteps by when enemies are behind a wall. So, to be perfectly clear about this, it doesn't really feel much. And if it is reduced, it's so tiny, or even it's so hard to know how much they reduce, because it just feels very not different. Like, it feels exactly the same. Alright, so for the Scar, right now we're rocking the Optic, which this one was just a holographic. Okay, so this one is a... Good, now we got a 4x, so we... This does nothing but aim down sight, sprint to fire. I don't know, man. I don't know! No! I always shoot my teammates because I hear them running. I know, especially in hardcore. Can you imagine, like, the footsteps are so loud? I hate this map. I don't like this map. What's with the map rotations lately? Well, it's a little better. You hate the bridge map? That's by far the most hated map. They need to just remove that damn map out of the game. That map does not belong in this game, okay? Just remove it! What do you think of Activision? Get rid of that damn map. I hate it. I hate it. It's so annoying. Don't know where they are, guys. They're gonna be somewhere, though. Let's watch ourselves. Be very careful here on how we play this out.
Less than a minute, soldier. We're planting the bomb. Charge is set. Hold the perimeter.
Wow! He has a riot shield on RPG. Watch it. Okay, guys. At least we held it down. Kids coming in with that clutch. Yeah, that's the campers only map. Yeah, it's all. Woo!
Regroup. I expect better next round.
Dude, our team dipped on us, bro. It's 3 of us. That's it.
Search and destroy.
Wow, dude. Say what? Why did they leave us? Why did they leave us? Why would you do such things? Wandering Red. It reminds me of like Big Red, like the bubble gum. That's exactly what that name reminds me of right now, guys. Come on, we gotta do better with some God here.
You're the last man standing. Less than a minute, soldier.
Wow.
Get that round. We still
I heard him toes, man. He just couldn't see him. This guy probably shot me across the map. Of course he did. I hate these maps. Like, I hate them. They're too damn open, man. Close that crap. Come on, give me some more walls. You know what? You know what mode we haven't tried yet, bro? That gunfight mode, that 2v2, whatever.
Yeah.
Targets
I heard it was actually pretty good. Like, I heard the maps were nice and it felt great playing it. Like, I'm gonna have to try it, bro. I never played it yet, though. I'm kind of curious. You know? Tired of this guy like hard scoping from the outside of the map, bro. I'm gonna sit at this window because they at least expect it. Oh, watch one below us, I think. Oh, Claymore got him. I'm going down to check it out. Stand by. Ooh, you scared the shiznits out of me, dude. There's another one coming.
Less than a minute, soldier.
Wow, dude. Seriously, what an ass.
Forget that round.
Nah, I have
Still
not
got a
tried
shot.
NV mode. Some of the new modes seem kind of cool, but I know Ground War was the best way to level up in terms of like 10 kills, getting kill streaks and stuff, but I guess they have updated to where you can't no more, but
Switching sides.
I don't know, Ground War is just too
Search and
chaotic.
destroy.
But in comparison of like how it feels compared to Battlefield, I mean, I guess they're kind of like testing their boundaries.
Enemies inbound.
The last Call of Duty had the Battle Royale mode, where this one's implementing a Ground War mode, which Ground War was always a thing for COD, but never that many players. So that's kind of interesting how they went about with that. Wow.
down to you. Less than a minute, soldier. Bravo is their target. Secure it.
Got the MP7 finally, bro.
Oh, I thought he ran to the side.
Expect better next round.
Wow. Oh no, bro.
Search and destroy.
Oh no, man. Are you playing a Dark Night Vision? That sounds cool. Someone's not cool though. There's a lot of thermal scoping probably.
Asset
Probably a lot of
location
camping too.
confirmed. Defending them is critical.
Ooh, you almost had me. Oh gosh, guys, we almost got taken out. We gotta be careful on that one. Couple scares. Ooh.
Damn, I tried.
I was gonna say.
Be advised, enemy personal radar active. Less than a minute, soldier. You're all
Wow.
get back out there. Show them who they're fucking.
Dude, this is definitely bringing back old times, though.
Right, right.
Being on Call of Duty again, and we actually like the Call of Duty. That's never happened. That hasn't happened in a long.
No, I know. Like, as much as I complain, I still like the
I
game.
think this is a great game, though.
I think it's a nice addition. I think Activision came clean this round with it.
Enemies inbound. Defend the
But
bomb
I'm
site.
gonna be completely honest. If it wasn't crossplay, I probably wouldn't get it. The crossplay really caught my eye. Dude, we still gotta do that co-op mode too. Wow, what the hell am I aiming at, man?
Bomb planted on Bravo. Defuse it.
Got stuck.
Defeated. This can't happen
Damn,
again.
bro, I got freaking stuck.
Отдайте потеря. Оцепить периметр до устранения угрозы. Как поняли? Понял. Это ТП. Задание выполнено.
Yeah.
Готовы к отходу.
Alright, so the co-op mode is pretty cool. You've seen people play a bunch of camping and bad things. If you go down the right side with your guns turned sideways. Yeah, NV mode is hard. You're playing in the dark. We'll have to check it out though. Oh my god, if this thing falls one more freaking time.
Search and destroy. Safeguard the assets. No mistakes. Reinforcements are not available.
The hell? I'm gonna try to get this claymore here and then we're gonna move it out the way, guys. Why does my gun look like that? Like I don't understand.
1 minute remaining.
So I'm gonna watch these blue bubbles here, guys. See which one of our teammates are gonna get taken out. Because right now we don't hear the enemy at all. They're definitely hiding.
30 seconds.
I'm gonna watch A.
We are out of time. One round finished. Do not let them breathe.
Are you streaming?
Yeah, I went on.
Nice.
No, I gotta make sure I do good. I can't look too bad now.
Keep them secure.
Well, I'm going riot shields after this match. I just wanted to level up my shotgun and MP7.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Ooh, they're hard scoping across the map. Careful. Wow, just sitting there, waiting for me. Why don't you go get some, like, donkey poop and, like, lick it and shove it in your face or something? I'd probably be doing the same thing, though. Dang it! How did I not see that coming? Whoa! Ay. Oh, careful behind you, bro. I think there's one behind you. Ooh, nice. Well, at least you got a kill.
Take a breath. We're going back.
Let's go double right shield. Let's go!
Yo, them RPGs are MF on this game.
Bro, I know, bro. Especially if they don't have that perk on like he doesn't, so... He went with overkill, which was... Why are you going overkill on search? What the hell?
Search and destroy. Critical assets identified. Enemy bomb at Alpha. Go now.
Get the hell up. Fuck that.
We're going back in.
Screw that, bro. Yeah. Well, the problem is people start learning the meta of the game. So, like, after a while, like, people are thinking certain weapons are OP only because they're unlockable early on in game. But pretty soon, everyone's gonna figure out, like, the new OP and attachments and builds to do, and people's gonna learn the meta even better. I think it's crazy, guys.
Keep eyes open. One minute remaining. Yours the last. Keep moving.
Wow.
Raise your weapon. We're not finished yet.
How come I didn't even come around a corner? Like, what the hell? Any other time, it's louder than all daylight. Oh, yeah, dead silent on you, son of a gun.
Search and destroy.
These people are lightweight making me mad and upset. I can't let that happen, guys. We can't get mad and upset. All right, let's get through a knife and let's do it. Yeah, see, exactly. So, like I said, the meta will change. So once the game is out for a while, people will learn different things. Wow. Just wow. That was quick.
Stay hungry. There's more where that came from.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, the riot shield team-ups are really annoying.
That gun is definitely
Search
OP.
and destroy.
I agree, man.
Targets identified. Capture the bomb and engage. We have the bomb. Get moving. We're planting the bomb. Secure the enemy UAV overhead. Bomb planted. Begin countdown.
Oh! I got him with the knife. What? Oh, I know he's pissed. Get for camping in his room. Wow, one by the stairs. We're not lagging or anything, are we?
Life is our mission. So be it.
I hope we're not. I think we're okay. Maybe I'm just overthinking. You know, with all these issues I've been having with this computer, like my next PC, I want to make sure I build it right. No? Okay.
Switching sides.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu
Search and
cosita.
destroy.
Ay, dame tu
Oh, Thomas? Okay. Okay.
We have assets in the field. Defending them is critical.
cosita.
Muévete para aquí, muévete para allá.
Dame tu cosita.
Thomas coming in with the Tamatu Casita. With the what? Huh? Wow, bro. Whatever. You're late. You're very late, Thomas. Where have you been? Wow, water just dripped on me. What the heck?
Raise your weapon. We're not
All right. Thomas, I thought you were going to get on Modern Warfare, bro. I thought you were supposed to play with us, dude. Uh-oh, Skids. No! Oh, bro, he got you. What happened, bro? You're supposed to be like the Call of Duty king.
search and destroy.
Yeah, okay.
It's all good, bro. Holding it down. Let's go.
Defending them is critical.
Watch. You gotta watch these hard scopers, guys. Yeah, I see you. There's one in that room, guys. Careful. Yeah, whatever. Damn shotguns in his games. I swear to God. Man, he went overkill. He said, I'm switching weapons. Screw that.
One minute remaining. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy bomb at Bravo. Go now. Their confidence grows. Use it against them. Search and destroy.
Oh, man. Bro, we gotta hold it down,
Last
bro.
in the field. Defending them is
Hold
critical.
it down. I'm not gonna rush so much.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Come on. Shotguns. I swear to God. Just shotgun. Just make this game shotguns of duty. Like, get the ARs, get the submachine guns. Just take them out of the game. There's no need for them. Nobody wants them. Just give us shotguns that shoot like snipers. Get out of here. This guy thinks he's good. Just pure luck in this game sometimes, man. Shotguns again. Wow. Yeah. Shotguns again. All right, let's see what happens now. Ay, ay, ay. I gotta get my scar leveled up, man. But you know what? I'm gonna go sniping this round. Why not? No, actually I shouldn't. Let me just go rifle.
Where? What evidence?
God.
Search and destroy. Enemy assets. Grab the bomb and destroy. Bomb is in play. Protect the carrier. Less than a minute. We're planting the bomb. Watch your asses. The bomb has been planted. We've got them on the ropes. Don't let your guard down. Search and destroy. Retrieve those targets. We've got the bomb. Planting the bomb. Secure the area. Less than a minute. Forget that round. On to the next. Search and destroy. Target site. The bomber moving. We have. way. On to the next round. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Asset locations confirmed. Defending them is critical.
All right, well, we gotta do this somehow. Looks like they're probably gonna go for A. Just listen for a bomb. Doesn't sound like they're planning.
Bomb defused. Well done.
Good job by Shadow, guys. Wow.
Taking the advantage. Make sure we keep it.
It does have like that Black Ops music theme to it, though.
Destroy. Assets identified. We need to keep them intact. Enemy UAV overhead. Get to Bravo.
Whatever, man. Just whatever. Wow.
That's the way. On to the next round. Search and destroy. Asset locations confirmed. Defending them is critical.
Thomas, when you gonna get that Xbox, bro? Wow. All right, let's keep our eyes open here. And they're going for B.
Less than a minute.
Oh my god, I saw that, man. Come on. I couldn't move in time. Wow. I need to just get back into sniping. I just don't like this sniper that I have. One on your left, dude. Yep, on your left, Skip.
spotted on Bravo. Defuse it.
What's up, Nitrous? How are you? Ooh, nice one. On your left. By the bomb. By the cars.
Shake it off. Focus on the next round.
No! All right, guys. All right. Let's figure out what we're going to be doing here. We gotta shake it off. Not bad, not bad. That's good. Not bad is always good.
Search and destroy.
I'm
Get to the bomb and move.
gonna snipe at this guy to screw it. Why not? And he wants to take my spot. Of course he does. Why wouldn't he? Wow. Wow, really? Bomb blew up anyway, so how come my shots are not hitting, bro? I'm like aiming right at him. It's like shots don't count or something. Like, what the heck? If your lay is laying on the job, yeah, I'm blending in. Yeah, this sniper sucks. You think it wouldn't suck? Look, of course my body's the one to drop off the balcony. Of all the players, they had to show me. That's so mean. I hate this sniper. Come on. There you go. They blew something up over there.
Enemy cruise missile incoming.
Not good. Oh! Well, that was close.
Enemy UAV overhead.
There we go, finally. Oh no!
Our bomb is set.
Nitrous, have you played COD before? Well, I'm pretty sure you played Call of Duty before. But I mean, have you tried this one? I don't know what's wrong with me today, guys. My fingers are just not doing it. Like, I'm just not doing so well. But we won, though. It's good.
Hard fought, well earned.
Okay, so you have all the Black Ops, yeah. So I have I love Search. Search is my favorite. You're more of a zombies player? Yeah, I have a cousin that's like that. When he plays Call of Duty, he plays a lot of zombies. Alright, did I get any new sniper? Like, this sniper just, it's just not doing it. I think I'm using this one. It got good damage, but it's just this one does more damage. Hard hitting bolt action. Oh hell yeah! Get that equipped. We're about to switch up snipers. All right. Yep, that's how we're gonna do it, guys. All right. So for rifles. Don't really need the laser. Yeah, zombies would have been nice. What was it that the last one did? It wasn't zombie mode. It was like a, they did like a, oh my god, I never did my challenges. Oh shoot, Skits, do me a favor, back out real quick, bro. We gotta pick challenges, bro, before, so we can unlock reticles and skins and stuff. Plus, I gotta do the shaders thingy too. Alright, so let's progress. So we got daily challenges and then we got the boot camp. Calling the kill streak? Wow, I haven't done that yet. Stun 5 enemies with flash grenades. That's daily challenge. I'm not worrying about those. Oh, it shows you the rewards you get too, though. So right now I'm 2 out of 5 because I finished the first one. Get 5 public match kills. Oh. Well, it's fine. The easiest one, yeah. Let's go. Mm-hmm.
Search and destroy. Retrieve the bomb targets.
I know they all do.
Bomb is in play. Attack the weapon caches.
Wow. Okay, here we go again.
We've set the tempo. Keep it up in the next round.
I know you made him mad. Good one, bro.
Destroy.
He was pissed.
Mm-hmm.
Target time.
Do I happen to have Mortal Kombat for PC? No, I don't. Wait, maybe. I think I have X for PC. Wow.
Bomb planted. Start the clock.
That's how you do it.
I'm on the road. Don't let
That's how you
your
do
guard
it.
down. Switching sides. Search and destroy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like mods for it too. I've always loved that. The latest one? No, I haven't gotten the latest Mortal Kombat.
Asset locations confirmed. Defending them is critical.
More than likely they're going for B, guys. Come on, man. Seriously?
Planted on Bravo. Defuse it. The bomb has been defused.
Ooh, that was
Don't let your
close.
guard down.
I wish I would have saved my teammate just a bit sooner, guys. Just a little sooner. We would have been all right.
Search and destroy. Asset locations confirmed. Friendly UAV overhead.
Pretty much.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
So they stopped the freaking, so what I like about the new update though is callouts. So now your character don't go, reloading! Enemy spotted! Tango spotted!
30 seconds. Time's up. Move your ass.
Oh no! Come on, man. You lucky son of a gun. Pretty much.
That's it, lads. On to the next round. Get ready. Search and destroy. Assets identified. Need to keep them intact. Allied cluster strike. Less than a minute.
You're fired!
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I was saying, thank you for the unmuting command, guys. I don't know why I mute a lot because I mute a lot and I forget to unmute half of the time.
Defuse it.
Yeah, pretty much, you know, it's search and destroy. It's not team deathmatch, so we just got to be very careful how we play out. So, you know, we get one life, and we just got to use it wisely on that one. Yo, Steve Soul Evo, what's going on, bro? How are you, man? Welcome.
Shake it off. Focus on the next
I haven't seen you in a long time. Jay's like, unmute your damn mic! Like, I'm trying! My mute button's not working.
Switching sides.
Speaking of that, man, wow, guys, when's the last time I dusted my microphone? It's getting
Search and
dusty.
destroy.
Sitting in the air, just collecting. All right, let's hold it down, guys. Hold it down. You ready for the skits? You think we got this, bro?
Bring the bomb in.
You think we're gonna hold it down, man? 5 and 1.
Got the bomb. Planting the bomb. Secure the area. The bomb has been planted.
Wow. Oh, we planted over there. Holy shmoly. Wow, is all I'm gonna say. God dang it. The new Candyman movie? Thomas, talk to me, bro. What's up with this Candyman movie? New Candyman movie.
Get that round. On to the next.
Yeah, it's been a while. Have you heard anything about the new gaming? I've heard a few things, though, you know, see, but the thing is, I'm gonna wait till I see it. Most things fall into rumors or possibilities, and it's just whether or not what really comes through, you know.
Search and destroy.
Not even gonna like stress about it. It is what it is. We all know it was really good at one point, you know. Loved it, absolutely. I thought it was phenomenal, and they just didn't care anymore. So maybe they'll put some thought into it. Maybe they'll do something. Right. Very true, bro.
Enemy care package inbound.
Let's get these claymores down, guys. Oh, them claymores down. They got a chopper in the air.
Enemy crew.
Be very careful. Oh, I forgot I had an RPG. Look at that. I had an RPG the whole time.
Planting the bomb. Secure the area. The bomb has been planted. UAV overhead.
How you do it?
Entrance with the win.
Oh, well earned.
I needed that for my challenge, bro, to match win. That's why I was kind of just camping a little, I ain't gonna lie. Boom.
Boom, shaka like a turtle.
Yeah, that's how you get a pedicure, bro. Thank you very much. All right, Skits, I'm gonna need you to pick me up, bro. Actually, I'll just join your lobby thingy. Yo, did anybody want to get on some Call of Duty with us, guys? I don't even have the waiting queues open. Hold up. What am I doing? I'm slacking. We got to make more use of these, guys. I'm going to start making more use of these. I think I'm going to make this like a requirement. Wow, if I could even type it right. I don't know, man. I still miss the old COD. You know what I'm saying? I miss the good old days.
Hey, you know, you played Cyber Attack yet?
Yeah, actually, I played it on that rotation, and it's kind of like Search, but you have to get the bomb first and then plant.
Yeah, I know.
It's not too bad, and I like that you can revive, so that's kind of cool.
We're gonna play a couple rounds.
All right, let's do it, man. Let's do it.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was. I was playing it earlier, and I'm like, oh, this is like Search. And then my partner revived me. I'm like, oh yeah, I like this.
Yeah, that's what I said, bro. I just played it by accident and was like, I thought completely different. When I heard Cyber Attack, I thought it was like, what was that? Modern Warfare 3, remember? Was it Modern Warfare 3 or was it Black Ops 3? One of them.
I think it was Black Ops.
Yeah, the one with the ball or something, the electric ball. And I'm like, it was kind of stupid. I didn't like it. I'm actually playing with Skits right now, guys. Most of you would remember Skits, especially if you were from Live Meme. They're asking who you are, bro. They don't know who you are.
Well, I guess I gotta let them find
Very true,
out.
Steve. Yeah, I know. Well, I think they probably did something to my account so I no longer get like those high thingies, you know what I'm saying? I think they intentionally lowered my popularity count just because they probably still just mad at me. Where you been? Right? They said, where you been, bro? Where you been? What map is this? Oh, this map? Oh, God. Let's do it, bro. You got this? You ready? Oh, of course it's wide in the open. Oh, you scared me, bro. Watch, another one's coming in, bro. No, he got me at the window. You could probably revive me, though. I'm in the air. Oh, you went down there. Oh, shoot. You got him.
I didn't think he seen me.
Yeah, you got no scope on that bad boy, too. That's going to be tough. What is that, an SMG you're on? Oh, he got a one-hitter quitter. Man, bro, I knocked them all down at the staircase, bro. They would have came and revived. I would have just took them all out. Let me get I'm gonna use my sniper class. If I gotta unlock the new sniper, I'm gonna try this bad boy.
EMP location confirmed.
Fire. Look at your coins. Thomas, keep it up, bro. Guys, you're getting coins. Just stay in chat, guys. Stay in chat. Don't leave chat. Down. I need to change my classes. Why is my class like that, though? Hold on. Sniper. Why is it double time?
Enemy has the EMP.
Shoot, where they at, bro? Oh my god, I shot too damn soon. Come on.
Not out of this fight
I panicked. I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, Modern Warfare 3, that's what it was? You don't have MW right now? Oh. It's not bad. You wanted to play Gears last night, but you were really tired? It's all good, Jay. I think I did some, what did I play? I did some Sea of Thieves for a little bit. And then I did some, I think I did some Final Fantasy.
EMP location
Sometimes I just
confirmed.
want to say play single player games, honestly, guys. Like sometimes I just don't have the patience for multiplayer. I get really annoyed at times, but it's all good. We got this. We're gonna hold it down and do what we gotta do, you know? Okay, whatever. Look at that.
EMP in play. Defend the data center.
All right, let's do it, guys. Let's do it. We got this, though. Things are looking great. Things are looking great indeed. All right, give me just a moment, guys.
We're down but not out. Get ready for the
Damn.
next one. Cyber attack. Enemy UAV online.
good. We got this, bro. Told you I picked you up. You went back down on me, bro? I like the sniper way better,
Less than a
dude.
minute, soldier.
Oh, I'm being revived? Sweet.
Get in there.
Remember right by the bomb, too? What's coming, bro?
30 seconds. Time's almost up. Enemy has the Eagle.
I took 3 of them down.
All call signs, stand down. It's a draw.
That was close, bro. Close, close, close. Oh, he was up late playing Star Citizen. Wait, is it still going?
Switching sides, stand by. Cyber attack.
I know it was yesterday. I saw one of our viewers saying it, but I couldn't play. I wasn't able to stay at the house. I had to go out.
Secure that EMP.
All right, bro. Let's make this one count, dude. I put all types of perks so I can camp. I put cold blood, undetectable by enemy radar, all types of stuff.
Friendly care package inbound.
I should have put restock though, to be honest.
Enemy has
Wow, hit marker.
Allied cruise missile on the way. Less than a minute, soldier. Device in place. Protect our carrier. Device is armed. Defend it.
Here's how we do it.
That's how it's done. On to the next round.
Ah, man, that was tough. Yeah, the grenades that show the enemy reveals. Yeah, it's pretty good. Good job, bro.
Cyber attack.
How that song go? Pump up the jam. Pump it up. I like this sniper, bro. This sniper's way freaking better, dude.
Enemy UAV online.
Tracker 3-1, good copy. Back inbound.
Last man standing. Finish it. Heavy EMP. Data center.
Wow, I didn't know there was one way back there. I thought there was only two alive.
Failed. Regroup.
Shoot. No! No! It's all your fault, Skids. It's all your fault, man. You're supposed to carry the team. Alright, got some sniper upgrades. See what we got. We got a muzzle. Ooh. Muzzle flash. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything. Might as well. Okay.
You coming?
Oh shoot! Hold on, bro. What happened here? Yeah, give me 1 second. Hold on, I'm coming in. Send me an invite because it didn't let me join you. Yeah, shotgun. Yeah, shotgun's amazing. I was just looking at my upgrades here. Got your invite. How come it won't let me join? Request did not succeed. Let me get out of the lobby. Wait, what the heck? I'm in your lobby now? Weird.
Are you in here with me?
Yeah, on my screen I see me with you, but I'm gonna leave anyway. Give me a second. Hold on, bro. I think I'm glitched. Do you see me?
No.
All right, because it shows me and you together, but my name is Wild Sham. It made me. Oh my god. Okay, bro. I'm gonna have to give me a second. I'm about to end it and go back into the game. Yeah, the emotes and stuff are kind of weird. I haven't really used it. I don't even know what button it is. Wow. Oh yeah, that's how we do it, man. Let's get that reboot. Okay, I'm loading back in right now. Yeah. We both do, bro. Right? Is that even like GoFundMe about? I do like that game. I just, it's expensive. Red Dead Redemption 2 came out for PC. I want to play it so bad. I don't see why not. I've seen people do it for the weirdest things and it's perfectly fine. Alright, Skits, let me go ahead and join you up now. Yeah, I had to redo the, I had to redo it. Alright. Okay. Alright guys, we got this, come on.
Search it is.
Search it is, let's go.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita,
Muévete para aquí, muévete para allá.
dame tu cosita, ay.
Alright, let's do this, bro. We got this, man.
We got it, man.
We're on this map? Alright, let's go. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna snipe, bro. Screw it, I'm leveling up this sniper. Dude, my CPU is going crazy. It's going crazy, crazy, crazy. Thinking about
Search
who
and
lately?
destroy.
Oh. Alright, let's go.
Check the assets. Watch your backs. We're on our own out here.
Yeah, matchmaking does need a little rework around. I think I put restock on, so I should be good. Yes, I did. Hallelujah. Wow. Bro, you scared the freaking crap out of me. I'm about to set another claymore down. Yeah, claymores for days, bro.
Less than a minute.
Wow! He got me. They need to try to make it more skill based. Yeah.
Get to Alpha. Enemy bomb planted.
One on your right, bro. He's on the bottom. He's about to bomb. Or he's in that hut. Or there you go. One behind the bus. Oh, sorry, bro. I told you where they were, though, at least, right?
The next round is ours.
No. Oh, he lags. He drag scoped you.
Search and destroy. Protect the objectives.
All right, we gotta play a little more careful. Wow. I know he's mad. Wow, he's coming in the building I was at. I got hard scope bad. Oh no, I didn't. Quick scope me. Okay. Oh, I know what you mean now. Okay, okay, Jay. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I agree. You know.
Get to Alpha. Enemy bomb planted. Gear up. We're going back in. Search and destroy. Asset locations confirmed. Defending them is critical.
Get it, get it, get it, get it! Ooh. Okay. I see. Oh, watch this, Skits. Get in that building, get in that building. Go, 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 go. Hold it down, hold it down. Shutting the door. Planting Claymore. All set, all good. Watch for the hard scoper across the map. I'm gonna get him for you. Oh, I got a hit marker though. All right, careful. Easy, bro. There's one across. There's one across. Way, 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 way across. Here, I'm gonna crawl to the other side. I'm gonna trick him.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh, dang it, man. He got me. Son of a biscuits, bro. Why would you name yourself a fat, nasty toe? Bro, some of these names.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah.
Daddy,
Biscuits. Biscuits is good.
seriously, did someone name themselves that?
Yeah, fat, nasty. Look, where is it? Right there. Fat, nasty toe. So I'm picturing a fat, nasty toe. Maybe the toe is just fat and nasty.
awesome cuz.
Nice one, Skits. Another one on your left. Watch it. He's on your right. He's coming for you.
Nasty toe.
Oh, wait.
Get to Bravo. Enemy bomb planted.
Right there. Nice shot, dude. He's to your right. Yep, he's coming. He hears you. He's by the door. Oh, to your right. Yeah, panic mode. No!
Losing ground. Take it back.
Oh, man. Oh, he got you with a handgun? Oh. You shouldn't be able to shoot while doing that. Wow.
Switching sides.
What does that do again? I don't remember.
Search and destroy.
That does something for you. I don't remember what it was. Killing players, a player ejected, will increase your health regeneration. Wow. Oh, who just died already?
Bomb secure.
Wow, come on.
Enemy UAV overhead.
I know, food sounds amazing. Bum 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 bum. Ooh, okay. Okay.
That's right.
We're going back in.
That far with that shotgun, I'm done.
Search and destroy.
We got this, bro. Yeah, the shotgun is ridiculous, bro.
Destroy the target.
But we just gotta show how ridiculous it really is.
Bomb secured. Destroy their weapon caches.
Wow.
Enemy cruise missile incoming.
You know what, though? You're right.
They're planting the bomb. Less than a minute. Bomb planted. Countdown started.
True.
We've got him on the ropes. Don't let your guard down.
Nice job. Well, I think they brought the kill streaks back just because it kind of brings back the old COD feel. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of the kill streaks are kind of,
Destroy the
yeah.
target.
But it's all good though.
We have the bomb. Enemy personal radar online.
All right. Wow. Yeah, they're all going A. You getting killed by the dumbest things ever, man.
Regroup and stay focused. The next round is ours.
Yeah.
Switching sides.
I mean, I agree. I guess there shouldn't be no kill streaks in this mode. The thing is, though, it's harder to get them because you can only get so many. Like right now, the most kills is, well, obviously the one guy. He's doing something right. All right, we're gonna have to. We got this.
Friendly UAV online.
Check out this field upgrade.
What is it? What is it? What you get?
Weapon drop.
Oh, is it any good?
You can either press X for an attachment or hold X for a different.
Got you. Trying to prone and snipe me. Look at this guy.
Less than a minute.
How you doing, bro?
That's it, comrades.
Nice.
On to the next round. Get ready.
That thing's pretty sweet, bro.
The weapon drop?
Yeah, if you
Yo,
press
what's up,
X,
Corbin?
it gives you an attachment for your current gun. If you hold X, it gives you a whole different gun. Like it just gave me a Dragunov.
Oh, nice.
Search and destroy. Protect the objectives.
Understood. Dagger 2 on the route for drop-off.
Cluster strike is go for launch.
Zero, good copy.
Less than a minute.
How you doing, bro?
Send them home.
Good job. Doing really good, Corbin. How are you? And welcome back, by the way. It's nice to see familiar names from before, guys. Nice to have you guys come back here. Hopefully everything's all well. Hopefully you have some great holidays, great weekends, great weekdays, great things coming.
Let's go.
We're making that comeback, man.
Search and destroy.
AK-47.
Oh,
Let him try me.
You need to check Discord too, bro. Look what's on there.
Friendly care package inbound.
Wow, where are they? They're hiding, bro.
Get to Bravo. Enemy bomb planted. Friendly gunner on Overwatch. Weapons.
Nice, friendly gunner. Yes. Oh, they're all down. Defuse that bad boy. That nasty toe. Defuse that. Woo-wee. Thank you, Real Corbin. I'm glad. Appreciate you coming in here. I really do. That chopper came in handy, bro.
Switching sides. Secure the bomb. Destroy the target. Bomb secured. Destroy their weapon caches.
You're all at B. Oh, wow. Damn, man. Two up there, too.
Less than a minute. It's over for RTB. Move out.
That was a close one, man. That was close. So we got some new stuff. We got some more optic attachments unlocked here, guys, which is kind of cool. Dude, you're Ghost Dragon, aren't you? I don't remember. All right, let's see what we got here, guys. Hold on. Speaking of that, we need to clear out some space. Especially on this drive. What can I get rid of? I could probably get rid of this. We can probably get... If I delete all these, this will give me a pretty nice chunk of gigabytes back, but I don't want to do that. Thank you. Oh yeah, I'm not even around. Wow. That's so stupid when that happens. That's okay, I can let my shaders installed real quick while we're sitting here. Oh, you're playing Clash Royale. Very nice. Um, all right, they're at 20%, 30%. All right, we're at 50%. I'll be running from Clash. Really, Thomas? I played quite a few rounds of Clash earlier. Give me 1 second, bro. I'm gonna join you. Hold on. For some reason, it kicked me out. Like I was in the lobby still loading, never got into the game. Alright, let's see what we got here, guys. I think I don't know if I should go MP5 or MP7. I'm gonna do MP7 just because it's like a throwback of what I'm used to. All right, let's do it. Oh yeah. Oh gosh, sorry, I'm ready, bro. Go ahead, my bad. Woo, man.
All right, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. All right, guys, give me 1 second too. Hold on.
Legal.
Сообщайте на меня. Окажите периметр, настроение угрозы. Как поняли?
Safeguard the assets, no mistakes. Reinforcements are not available. Enemy bomb planted. Get to Alpha. You're all that is left. Finish it. Raise your weapon. We're not finished yet. Search and destroy.
All right, let's do this, guys.
We have assets in the field. Defending them is critical.
Bum 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 bum.
Blankets.
Wow.
Making us fight for it. Give it to them.
No. All right, that's okay, guys. I gotta get my head back in the game. Get my head back in the game. It's how we play it.
Search and destroy.
We got this. Let's go, Sketch. Come on, bro. We gotta hold it down. Hold it down, man. Wow. Get the hell out of here, man. Well, he got me technically, I guess. Bogus, man.
They're making us fight for it. Give it to them.
All right.
Switching sides.
I know. I know.
Search and destroy. Retrieve the bomb. Enemy UAV overhead.
I'm gonna have to get like a beeping device.
We have taken the bomb. We're planting the bomb. Secure the area. Bomb planted. Begin countdown. Enemy cruise missile.
Man, look how fast that rat moves.
One round finished. Do not let them breathe.
Bum, 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 bum. Thank you guys.
Search and destroy.
It's just a game. But it's not just a game, it's how you play it.
Capture the bomb and engage. We have the bomb. Get moving.
Yeah, I see them hard scoping. Look at that.
We have the bomb. Get moving. Planting bomb on target. Keep up. Bomb planted. Begin countdown.
I think he's up top. He ain't even coming down. He knows better.
That is the way. On to
It's
the
not
next
Rainbow
round.
Six Siege tricks. Right. Feels like it, don't it?
Search and destroy.
All right, we're making that comeback, guys. We are making that comeback.
Retrieve the bomb. Destroy your targets. We have the bomb. Get moving. Friendly care package inbound. Planting bomb on target. Keep eyes open. Bomb planted. Begin countdown. They're willing to die for their mission.
There we
Alright, it's a
go.
riot shield knife for me.
Yeah, right?
I bring my shield out, I get a double kill. I think I'm gonna stay with
Stick with it, man. Stick with it. Stick with it. Don't quit it.
RPGs, throwing knives, and the smoker.
Search and destroy. Defending them is critical.
They're planning it A.
Bomb on out. Move it.
Wow, behind us. Come on, man. Where's the team at? They got this. Oh, we got him? Wow. Good job.
The bomb has been. One round finished.
Come
Do not let
on.
them breathe.
Let's win.
Jump on it.
Jam on it. Jump on it.
Search and destroy. We have assets in the field. Defending them is critical.
You heard what he said? We got assets in the field. We got this, bro.
Friendly care package inbound.
Wow, okay. Whatever. Nice. No! How did this happen to me? Ooh, right there, bro. Oh! Oh! He said you ain't going nowhere.
That is the way.
fuck he talking
Next
about?
round.
He said, Mr. Nice smacked your ass and throw a knife or throw an RPG at you.
That's how it's done, boy.
Yeah, buddy.
Search and destroy. We have assets in the field. Defending them is critical.
Hey, everybody on our team got their shields.
Yeah, they can't get us for nothing.
Active forward. Allied cruise missile launched.
Oh, at least I defended him until he can disarmed. Yes. Good job.
Good job.
Objective complete. Very good.
Oh no. Bum, 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 bum. He was trying to run, right? Skits did not let him get away. He said, nope. Bring that booty back over here. You're mine. You came after him like Hocus Pocus. I put a spell on you. Bum, ba-da-bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum. My time goes so fast, man. I can't believe it's about to be 8 at night. Unbelievable. Dang it. I think I'm stuck in the lobby, bro. Are you in the game?
No, it says I'm in the lobby.
But not now, we're here. Oh, let me see what the heck's going on here.
Let's try this again. There we go.
What is this? Oh, search. Oh, shoot, we got this, bro. Come on.
Enemy assets ID. Got the bomb.
What the hell happened here? Wow.
On to the next round. Pick it up.
Bro, why we join a crappy match like this, dude? Like, I hate that.
Search and destroy. Target on.
Alright, let's go, let's go.
Bomb is in. Attack the weapon caches.
Wow, okay. How the hell you shot me through? Oh, he's way up there. I don't like this map. This is like the beta map, so like everybody knows it.
Our bomb is set. Hold that position. One round gone. We're not dead yet, are we, lads?
Wow. Wait, did we win or lose? No, we lost. Dang it! Dang it! All right, it's showtime, bro.
Retreat the bombers.
Let's do this, man.
We have the bomb. Move.
Get the hell out of here, man. I swear to God, this game gets to me sometimes. So freaking lucky. This game's a ripperoni.
Shake it off. Focus on the next round.
Screw this map. I'm enjoying a bad game, bro.
I know, dude.
I hate that. Like, why are we being thrown into matches? Like, this game is new. People are playing it. There's plenty of freaking players. Don't throw us into like a crappy game battle. Like, I hate that.
Asset locations confirmed. Defending them is critical. Enemy UAV overhead. Get to Alpha. Bomb planted.
Oh my God, they planted already? I hate this map. What?
Take a breath. We're going back in.
Nah, I'm good, bro. Our team is straight trash. I'm just gonna
Asset locations confirmed. Defending them is critical.
screw the objective.
Enemy Alpha. Get over there. Enemy cruise missile incoming.
Careful, bro. It's coming for you.
It's all up to you now. The squad's counting on you. One round gone. We're not dead yet, are we, lads?
Man, bad team, bro. Screw that.
Assets identified. We need to keep them in. Right, on to the next round.
Ooh-wee. You could barely get matches last night when you was playing? Wow. That's interesting.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Retrieve the bomb. Targets. Bomb in play. Take the carrier.
Dum 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 dum.
Care package arriving on station.
Nice.
Cluster strike. We're planting
back.
the bomb. Watch your ass. Bomb has been planted.
Where is he?
At the back.
Taking the advantage. Make sure we keep it.
You ain't shit.
Search and destroy. Targets up. Get to the bomb and move in. Bomb is in play. Attack the weapon cache.
Uh-oh, uh-oh. Wow.
Took a beating today.
Whatever.
Take it lying down.
Hmm. I got a hit marker though, but not a. I guess shotguns are better at long range, not short range. What's up, DJ? How are you, bro? Yikes! Thought he wanted an invite. Where the hell did he go? Yeah. Thanks. Shotguns are better to sniper with, right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, everything's been good. Everything's been good for the most part, you know. Oh shoot. Yeah, you know, jobs would do that for you though. You know, you gotta be busy, you gotta pay the bills. It's just life, you know. Alright, let's do this. Oh my god, this map again. Oh, yeah. Oh, what? What is it? Let me see. You made a roller coaster in Minecraft?
Yes.
Look at that. Wow. Build even a little. Oh, cool. Making a little amusement park there.
You know, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to make all the buildings. Look, I made my roller coaster, and I'm trying to make other buildings around it. I'm thinking of making it like 60 by 200 blocks.
Oh, okay.
Search and destroy.
But you want to see the actual
Enemy
roller
assets
coaster?
hiding. Grab the bomb and
Are you
destroy
ready to see
those
it?
targets. We have the bomb. Get moving.
And buttons pressed.
Good job.
Look at this. Look what happens when you're on it.
Alright, watch out of the way. I gotta.
Oh my god. Look, I didn't know how crazy it was.
I know. Don't put it in front of me like that.
Look. We're underground.
Alright. Hold on. There's somebody by me. You would be bald in no time. Yeah, no, this game will rip your hair out, dude. Trust me, it's aggravating. I hate it sometimes. I truly hate it at times. Like, I
Less than a minute. Soldier.
we got one person left. Ooh, nice job.
That's a
Okay,
win.
Snow
Get ready for
Owl.
the next round.
The shotguns? Yeah, I know, bro. I
see
know.
you, bro.
You see that, bro? That's how you do it, man.
With the P90, okay.
I just realized who's in my game right now.
Secure the bomb and
Sky
destroy
Owl
the-
Gaming. I actually play Modern Warfare Mobile with them a lot.
So you go set another one now.
Hell yeah. Wow, they lived through all that. I'm done, bro. Rocket launcher to your face. Gave you a facial. And they survived that. Crazy, bro. Yeah, the shotguns are a bit crazy.
We're losing ground.
Yeah, so like right now, one of our redeemed items is actually for the VIP badge. You need retro coins to buy it. I got hit from a grenade. That guy threw from the other side of the map. Ouch, that sucks, man. Very unimportant. No, you're important, DJ. You're good, bro.
Search and destroy.
I know I get like demodded a lot in channels, but it's all good. Like
Secure the bomb.
I don't take it personal. I know some people do. I'm gonna put a claymore right here because people love to take this tunnel. Oh boy. No! What's coming in, bro? What's coming in the back? Dang it. I know, you're okay, DJ. You're okay. Hopefully the new job's going great for you, bro. What are your thoughts about Mixer and YouTube gaming now? I mean, people are making the switch. I don't know. I mean, of course, these big people,
Less than a minute, soldier.
doesn't matter. I mean, they're getting good offers and deals anyway, so it's great for them. But maybe this will make better room for some of the smaller people now here on Twitch. So let's see, more room to shine. It is really crap. It is. It does nothing. I don't even think it lets you now watch ads. I think it just gives you like the immunity, sort of like subscribers in chat. That's about it, I think.
30 seconds. Time's almost up.
Like, I know Twitch is still, I was looking at statistics, looking at charts, and Twitch still holds that concurrent viewership, but it's just, I don't know. This map does suck. What's up, Sky Owl Gaming? I see you joining our game, bro. Came in here, he just joined our game. We'll pick you up. Yeah, Twitch is still the biggest. It's just not the best growing platform. Like, it's like, it doesn't have a good algorithm. It doesn't have, like, wow, I shouldn't have stayed there. I should have proned.
UAV online.
Yeah, this game is like, the ADS sucks, man. It's all about first sight killing. You gotta aim first, shoot, and get that kill. Woo! Oh, Jay, I know you heard those toes, bro. Sky Owl, how you been, bro? You been playing mobile Call of Duty a lot lately, or not anymore? Yeah. All honesty, I don't really care for Mixer. Mixer's cool, don't get me wrong, I like it. But I don't think it's like, I don't know. Ooh, this guy. Wow, he's going try hard. Woo! Oh, he almost had it. He panicked.
Get back out there. Show them who they're fucking with.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I know, I like Mixer's like faster than light latency. I like that you can stream on a higher bit rate. It even supports 4K for what I've heard. So, you know, things about it are great, but it doesn't really matter. Like, if you're new to streaming, I say go for Mixer. But if you've been on Twitch for a while, you might as well just stick to Twitch. Wow.
Friendly shield turret deployed.
See, you know what I love now? You know how our characters are not screaming, "Enemy spotted! Reloading!" I'm glad they took that crap out. That was so stupid. Why would you yell on the battlefield? Like, you're at war. Why would you want the enemy to know where you are? Like, that's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that too. But the bad thing with that, though, is it's actually not a good idea. If you're new to live streaming, I always tell people, go ahead and use the restream, explore your options, find out what's best for you, and then just stick to that. Sometimes different platforms are better for certain games. Like, you know, this game doesn't benefit, I don't think, on Mixer yet. But I know, like, Apex does, Fortnite does, Rainbow Six Siege does, PUBG does. You get what they call a hype zone feature, which is pretty mediocre. People will check out your channel with it, which is okay.
$30 seconds.
Right, very true.
Alpha is their target. Secure it.
By the way, DJ, if you do use Restream still, ooh, okay, Latin, I see you, bro. Appreciate that. Look at that. What's with the angry one though? You just play what I love. Yeah,
Yo,
no,
Snow Owl is a beast, bro.
no, bro, he is a beast, bro. He plays Call of Duty Mobile with me.
That dude's a beast, man.
I gotta get him on Discord with us. Let me see. I think he's on my Discord server actually.
This dude's 7-3 with a P90, bro. I cannot use that gun like everybody else.
Yeah, P90, bro. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 was like, I was a beast with it, but this game? They're gonna be coming in here soon. Be careful. I think it's fixed now. Nice. I think my Xbox is fixed now. I'm getting invites you sent. Oh, Dante. Yeah. What was wrong with it, bro? Like, I think the Call of Duty update might have fixed everything. I was trying to invite everybody. Many people with ego problems, though. Right. Very busy with learning everything about audio. Yeah. No, audio is good, dude. Like, you're like.
Friendly UAV on station.
Ooh, light coming up with that 10,000! Light coming up with that 40,000! Yo, where is this guy? Nah, bomb already blew anyway. It's all good.
That round. We've still got a shot.
What? Yeah, guys. Thank you, DJ. By the way, yeah, guys, check out our Discord server, guys. Oh my god, my back is killing me. Audio and television world. Yeah. No, that'd be something you're really good at, bro. That is definitely something you're like you know.
Search and destroy.
So definitely you can turn that passion into like a great hobby or into like a great career choice, which is really nice, dude.
Got the bomb.
All right, watch it right here. Oh man, they're all in the back, bro. Come on. Dang it, the aim in this game is like, oh, like how do you come at me with a P90 and just wreck my face? Oh, that's not. Nice, nice. Yeah, no, nothing's easy, bro. Nothing's easy.
Get back out there. Show them who they're fucking with.
Yep. Am I in keyboard? Yes.
Search and destroy.
Hold on, how come I can't see the chat? Red Hawk, thank you, by the way, bro. Red Hawk and Latin coming in like that. You're gonna play with me and Squigs when we hop on tonight? Dude, if you guys get on Modern Warfare, I'm down, bro. Honestly, I don't play with many people as I thought I would. We need to be careful right here. Wow, he shotgunned me, didn't he? Yup, of course he did. Sensitivity? Yeah, I don't even know what I have it on. What do I have it on? Well, you know what it is? On the mouse, I have like these different sensitivity options, and I always click it by accident. It messes me up every single time. What is the default anyway for?
Wow, he camped the bomb. No.
Oh, CS:GO compilation. Do it, bro. Yeah, he got me too, man. Little son of a gun. Alright, give me 1 second. Hold on. Oh, Skyle is with us. Okay, and then Mr. Atari had to. He'll be back later. Nah, we'll see. I don't want to bug people too much with invites. That's good, bro. That's really good. 4800. Yeah, I got the Logitech 503, 502, whatever it's called. Whatever, I don't know.
I miss the MW3 MP7, man.
Yeah, that MP7 was beast, bro. Not so much this one.
OP, bro. The ACR and the MP7 was definitely OP.
You know what, Skits, you know how to you're on my Discord server, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, bro. Go into Discord and go to one of the general chats. I'm gonna drag you into the streaming room, okay?
Alright.
Alright, bro. It's cross-platform, yes. How does Skits go?
Detonation is good. Re-engaging. Target those vehicles. No go, 3-1. That's too close to friendlies.
There he is.
Calling in fire, mission 3-1.
There you go, bro. I was wondering, I'm like, what the heck happened? Alright, what map is this? This map? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Sky Owl, if you want to get in, bro, just let me know, bro. I'll get you in. And Jay, you too, bro.
Alright, we're good.
Well, Jay, you're an admin. You should be able to get in. If you can't, just drag the people we have in the game with us right now into the party with us. You know what I'm gonna do is actually... Come on! I bet you there was something blocking my path. Probably the pillar. I don't know. I notice sometimes my shots don't even matter. Yeah, but yeah, it's definitely cross-platform. Oh, you couldn't speak. Okay, so yeah, what's happening is you probably needed to what you call it? You gotta verify your account. I thought you were already on our Discord server, DJ. Did you leave and came back? If you did, then yeah, you just gotta re-verify yourself. I did that to keep the bots out. You bought it is downloading now. Hey. On the other team, really, Red Hawks? Really, bro? Bro, we used to play mad Rainbow Six Siege together, bro. It'd be nice to have you on here. Yeah.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, bro. My bad.
You're good.
Search and destroy.
Alright, I just let them know in chat if they wanted to chat. We're on Discord party chat. Gotta get Jim in here. Jim, where'd Jim go? No, screw this sniper, bro. I'm gonna go shotgun this round. Screw this. It's showtime. I hate this. You know they took out realism mode, bro?
Why'd he do that?
Yeah, DJ, you should have got a message from one of the bot for Discord. If you didn't get a message, you probably got your DMs disabled. You just got to go into the admin request channel and then just ! verify. Or just look at the welcome channel. It tells you what you need to do as well. But all you got to do is, yeah, right there.
Bomb planted on Bravo.
Shoot. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. RPG to the face. And then we got our teammate up top. Oh no! Yeah, so now that you did it, you should be good, bro.
Take it back.
Yeah, I do that to keep the bots out, you know? Oh, I'd be stretched. I might have to go to the store real quick. Guys, by the way, let me do this for DJ real quick.
And destroy.
Hold on, DJ. You guys are here right now?
Defend our objective. Kill the enemy. Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh, I got Juggernaut unlocked. Woo! Weapon trap unlocked. Ooh, we're looking good.
Get to Alpha. Enemy bomb planted.
Come on. Dang it! And what are you doing climbing, dude? Come on. Get down from there.
We're losing ground. Take it back.
Yeah, he blind me and still killed me, right? We got wrecked, y'all.
Yeah. That's the first time I've ever not been in the kill cam, but was the kill cam at the same
Search
time.
and destroy.
Right?
That was me that shot him at the
Right.
end.
That's up to you, DJ. I mean, honestly, there is a list of things I needed. I'll have to look at my
Take
notes.
the bomb and destroy the objective.
I can't hear you right now. Give me a second. Hold on.
Bomb is ours. Destroy the weapon caches.
What did you drop? Oh my god, dude, come on.
Bomb. Let's go.
Wow, behind me, man. Come on.
Less than a minute. They're making us fight for the win. So be it.
Okay, Red Hawk, I got you, bro. Give me a second. My chat just bailed big time on me. Hey, man, oh my god, we're losing bad, bro. Wow. My head is not in the game. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, this is, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go. That's it. I'm going riot shield. Let's go,
Grab the
guys.
bomb. Destroy the objective.
Dum bum 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 dum dum dum. Oh, it's showtime now. I'm ready. Wow. Okay. I did some crowd control points there, which is nice. Threw a knife to his face. That's how we roll. Alright, we gotta go behind these guys.
Less than a minute.
He's at B in the staircase.
Yeah, A is clear. This guy could plant.
Enemy UAV overhead.
He's not planning. Why are you not planning, dude?
We're planting the bomb.
Dang it. Oh, I tried this weapon switch because I had my knife out. I didn't want to throw it. I got stuck. Oh my god, why is my chat not working? Are you serious? Wow, my chat went derpity derp.
Get ready.
Yeah. I think it's 56 or 48. I have to look. For emotes, yeah. Actually, emotes is one of my needed ones. I think I need 2 more. I think I need 2 emotes. I just can't decide for the life of me of what I want.
Take the bomb and destroy the objective. Drop the bomb.
All right, Sky. Yeah, no problem, bro. Sometimes showers are great. They help. Okay. Why are feet still so loud in this game?
Less than a minute. It's all up to you now. Show them what a Jacko can do.
Wow, 3 kills, guys.
Seconds. Time's up. Get moving.
Come on, man.
Over. Report back to base.
Yeah.
You got lucky on that one. Yeah, I had dead silence. It's just I hate that it just takes so long to get. Dude, I'm sick and tired of this. Like, just give me freaking dead silent park. Like, that's all I ever want. Like, I don't like hearing my footsteps. If I was playing PUBG right now, I would take my damn boots off so I don't have to hear my feet. And then, like, it's annoying. Like, they brought back so many Modern Warfare elements to this game, but yet they don't give us, like, maybe they give us kind of like a marathon perk or whatnot, but Dead Silent or Ninja or whatever you want to call it, bro, is so important. Like, just let me have it. I don't like it as a special ability or whatever the hell you want to call it. Oh, give me 1 second. We got to pick somebody up here. Hold on. Where's Red Hawk? Red Hawk. What's the hell is his Red Hawk, what's your username, bro? Is this you? Okay, so then you're in here with us then. Yeah, you're in here with us. You would be dead with the Swiss says, right? Yeah, I don't like it, man. Like the previous Call of Duties as of lately, they reduced the footsteps a lot, and they brought the footsteps back, but it's not the best thing.
Good impact. Still hot. Going again.
You just joined? Okay, cool. Level 129. Wow.
What the deuce?
right? Level 129? What the heck? What are you doing with your life? I hate how long it takes to aim down, like... I'm gonna say right here. Oh, I forgot we're playing Search. I'm over here thinking it's team deathmatch. Wow, it wouldn't shoot, man. What the hell? It wouldn't, the bullet wouldn't come out my gun. I'm looking right at him. Honestly, DJ, so I'm not like using up a lot of your time. Let me get back to you on that. I really don't know, bro. I've been discussing it with the stream. We've been looking into like a GG mode, a wrecked, failed, things like that in that nature. But I'm still. Oh, it's okay, Skids. You did good, bro. It looked good. It looked good when you was there for a minute. You were holding it down.
Shake it off. Focus up for the next round.
Look how much land I've claimed. And you want to see the roller coaster?
Search and destroy.
Look. Hi, Scotty.
What's wrong with your character?
I turned him into a neon color.
Secure the bomb and destroy those targets. We've secured the bomb.
Oh, by the way, Daddy, did I show you the newest edition? I made a line.
Very
See, I made a
nice.
bridge and stuff. Are you ready to see? Boom. Look at that, Daddy.
Yeah, you got some pretty good art skills, DJ. I'll give you credit for that, bro.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh!
Squad captured. Enemy first.
Wow, man. All directions. You're welcome.
Our bomb was defused. We lost that one, but we are not out. Stand by for redeployment.
Yeah, no, we do a lot. We were playing a couple games. Most of it I don't do on stream though. I'm thinking about like doing like YouTube videos. Like I gotta start getting some like YouTube videos and like for like specific games. Yeah, sound awareness is for sure.
Target's ID. Get to the bomb and move in.
Oh shit, I almost fell out of the mat. What am I doing?
Bomb secured. Move out.
We gotta see where they're coming from. Alright, we got this, guys.
Less than a minute. It's just you, soldier. Watch your back. Seconds. Time's almost up.
Wow.
We're down, but not out. Get ready.
I don't like this map, man. These map, like none of the maps I really care about. Like these maps are great for like TDMs maybe, but none of them are great for search and destroy. Like I don't like the layout. They're just retarded.
Search and destroy.
At that point, it's like screw the objective. It's a 1v4. I'm not doing it. I can't clutch like I used to, man.
Enemies inbound. Defend the bomb sites.
These maps are ridiculous, man. I don't like any of them. None of them. Yeah, brightness is really bad. They hate the maps, yeah. And I'm not the only one. I've seen a lot of Reddit posts and everything about the maps in this game. The game provokes camp, is like it encourages camping.
Enemy UAV online.
I'm gonna hide for a second. They got an advanced UAV in the air? Wow. 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 I still got him though. I don't care. I got the kill. The shotguns are crazy. The maps are crazy. I don't know.
Forget that round. We've still got a shot.
We're having bad luck, guys. I might go to the store after this match. We'll probably do a quick little BRB screen real quick while we're doing our thing. Yeah, you're good, Redhawk. You're good, bro. It's this is hard, dude. I don't know why we're getting matched with such high level players. Like you're level 75. Damn. Oh gosh, that's you're up there.
Asset locations confirmed.
All right, we got the assets, guys. Let's go.
Enemy UAV online.
Very careful here, guys. I don't even care. I just want this round to get over with.
We are not out. Stand by for redeployment.
Honestly, bro, I don't even go on Twitter that much anymore. I'll have to look. I gotta log in.
Search and destroy.
It's a garbage version. No, nah, you're good, bro. I know there's like a concept art, like an early sketch, stuff like that. You're all good, bro. Why are we like two people short? All right, let's get over here.
Less than a minute. Bomb at Alpha. Defuse it.
Hell yeah, thank you for killing him. You're right.
I had nothing to shoot it with, bro. I ran out of RPGs.
He ran for his life. He was hoping that bitch didn't go off.
Oh, I thought they changed the radius on that thing. Oh no. And I got steady. I had to stop or whatever. Stopping.
He tried to jump.
I did. On my screen, at least I did.
You said you about to run to the store?
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab me something to drink real quick, bro. Something to get me boosted up here. Give me just a moment. Let's hang out at the main lobby here real quick.
Got you.
All right, guys. Give me just a moment. We'll be right back. Hold on. All right, let's do this again. Testing, testing. Okay, now we're good. Testing, testing. There we go. There we go. All right, I'm back. You had the best idea ever, DJ. What is it? Hey. You ready, Mr. Atari? Sweet. All right, let's go, guys. Skits. Red Hawk.
Can you hear me? Hello?
There we go. Wait, who was talking? Oh, Red Hawk. Yeah, what's up, bro?
I was just eating, so.
Ah, you're good, bro. Eat that food, man. Eat that protein. We don't want you looking like SpongeBob when he had a balloon inflated arms, you know? You gotta tell Mr. Atari over here, man. Keep it colder than ice and hotter than spice. Oh my gosh. All right, Skits, I'm good, bro. I'm ready when you are.
I heard that thermal dual power scope is
Really?
12 times scope.
Nice. Honestly, bro, I'm using this SCAR, and I thought I was gonna like it, like I did in Modern Warfare, but it feels like the M4A1 is still better.
So the thing with the SCAR is if you can run single fire and just have a good trigger finger, it's really good.
Right,
Other than
true.
that, I didn't like it too much.
Yeah, it seems like it's more aggressive in terms of power damage, but it does kind of get out of control. Maybe I just need more attachments, I don't know. Who's that, Mr. Krabs? Yeah. Man, Johnny be good. Boom, boom, boom. Level 130 though, that is crazy. Yeah, Lab Miss Assassin, bro. Hopefully you get it later, dude. I want to play. We got to get on some of this.
We're already in a match. If we're looking for
Yikes! Uh-oh, super ideas. What we got, DJ? What we got, bro? Level 129. Wow. The logo on top with the T? Yeah. Remake that. There you go. With the Christmas hat. Okay. It used to have like a border like with snow on it that was kind of like this, but it was... You almost done downloading? That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, DJ. Appreciate it, bro. Guys, make sure you guys are following DJ Flurge, guys, please. Throw this man some love. He's been rocking with me for years. Probably a little after when Justin.tv became Twitch. Right. This is it. Let's go. Move on the double. Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo Foxtrot. Let's go. Northbound right now. Single spotted over.
The asset. Watch the back.
Yeah, there's like 4 kids at A. Like their whole team's at A.
It's okay. Took 2 of them out. Yeah, they're pushing A hard.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I took 2 of them out though, so you got this.
Oh,
Oh,
there's a kid sitting in their spawn, dog.
yeah, they're under the canopy thingy. Careful, Mr. Atari. They're over on your right.
Get to Alpha. Enemy bomb planted.
Big gate got deaded. He tried to run a flash.
You're okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, DJ. Bum 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 bum. I gotta start playing with these a little bit.
Bomb defused.
Oh, they defuse. Good job. Good job.
Good work. Keep it consistent. Search and destroy. Protect the objective.
We're gonna fight the B by spawn again.
Alright, let's try this again, guys.
Oh, this kid's sniping them. Sniping from A all the way over to B.
Enemy bomb planted.
Wow. The 2 by the door, back door.
We lost that one. Step it up.
Ah, man, you guys should have told me we was having a camp party, man. I would have brought some s'mores. Jeez.
Search and destroy.
I got you, DJ. Let me. I have it somewhere. It's in one of my photos. Oh my god, my eyes. I need some music, man. DJ, I need some music, bro.
Protect the objectives.
And please don't stop the music. Music. Wow.
I got 2 there in here.
10-4.
Bomb planted on Alpha. Bomb defused.
Good job.
Good work. Keep it consistent. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Destroy the targets.
Make telephone sounds? Yeah. Every time that bomb gets defused, I think of Lady Gaga. The telephone. My telephone. Let's watch ourselves here, guys.
Claymores in this game are broken, dog.
This round's ours. Stay sharp for the
Got
next.
this, yeah, they are. But you know what though? Supposedly in the new update they fixed it. Supposedly the radius behind the claymore no longer does as much damage, or it doesn't have as much radius. But in front of it's still the same.
Search and destroy.
Thank you, DJ. All right, we gotta hold it down, guys. We gotta hold it down. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it.
We have
Wow, man. It feels like the good old days. I know, right? Nightbot. Was it Nightbot that did it? Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, so many things to download, right? He's coming into the door. Told you. Black jacket. He's in the corner.
less than a minute.
Wow.
Can I hit him at all?
Nothing.
On to the next round. Pick it up.
All the bots every minute, right? Yeah, the bots are pretty crucial. They're pretty savage. They're pretty savage. What? Go, go, go! Look at that M4A1, man.
Search and destroy.
All right, here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yo, Assassin, I can't believe you're about to actually start playing this, bro.
Destroy the target.
That's good, bro. That's good. Get the mustache? Heck yeah.
Enemy cluster strike.
Sounds like they're
incoming.
at B.
Cover.
Downstairs.
Less than a minute.
Wow. Wow, my Claymore didn't get him. Wow. How? Did he use a stun grenade? Wow.
That's it, comrades. On to the next round. Get
I'm
ready.
done.
No tricks.
Oh my gosh. Yo, what's up?
Say again.
What happened?
Switching sides.
I'm just making sure my headset's working.
Search
Oh
and
shoot,
destroy.
bro. Yeah, I thought you were somebody else for a second. That deep voice. Thought you was like Darth Vader's like cousin or something.
I'm not saying
Protect the objectives.
get over cold.
Hey, you sound like Bubba in the shower room, bro. I was scared to drop the soap. Good job, guys.
Don't let your guard down.
I'm trying a new design here. Whoop, whoop. Let's get it. Whoop, whoop. Ooh, nice one there, bro.
Bro, he straight got. All the way.
Keep it going like that, bro. We're gonna have to start singing "Who Let the Dogs Out." Box win, yeah.
Asset locations confirmed. Friendly UAV online.
Wait, we got this.
They brought back like they brought the MW3 like quality back.
Friendly UAV online.
Bombs here. He's one half.
Wow, ouch. Yeah, two of them back there at spawn. I'm bringing you memories. I know Who Let the Dogs Out notification. Dude, I remember that, DJ. Those were the days. Who let the... What out? Ah, man. You got the skits. Don't worry, man. Looks like he put the controller down. The analog is a little messed up. His right joystick needs fixed. Oh, man. How you like the Modern Warfare so far, Mr. Atari?
I love it. The best one, yeah.
Yeah, because I completely skipped out on World War II and Black Ops 4. I just skipped on those and got this one instead.
I didn't like Infinite Warfare and all the fucking jumping off the walls and laser guns and all that shit. I like this one, like the original was
I know.
more ground-based,
I agree. I definitely agree.
realistic. They definitely took a lot from Battlefield in this, but
Yeah, I think Activision is testing the waters right now. I think they added the ground war, and they're kind of like teasing Battlefield, kind of let them know, like it feels like Battlefield, but more bare bone. But it's something.
they just need to have destructible
Defending them
environments.
is critical.
Yeah.
Once they do that again, we'll be pretty sweet.
Oh, he's at the garbage can on the left.
What?
Oh God.
How did I?
You ready? Ah, wow.
I was on the roof. How the hell did that exploding car kill me?
They
Lost
wrecked
that
us.
one. Step it up.
I agree with that guy. Right, the way you spawn in this game, true. Then they gone, and I will still have them moving. If I'm blurring the stream there, you're right. That's how you do it, bro. Why don't you just have like your offline scene as like your flare image? I'm gonna switch up here.
Destroy the target.
Go, go, go!
We have the bomb.
Bum, 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 bum.
Planting the bomb. Secure the area. The bomb has been planted. Complete them. Only one left.
I tried.
Try.
Bomb defused.
Oh, came
On to the
back.
next round. Pick it up.
See, now you're asking questions like that website where you get this stuff from. No, I don't have any of those.
Yeah, done them. They're getting carried by one guy.
Right.
Search and destroy.
18 and 6.
Alright, this is match point. We gotta do this, guys. Where we going? Which bomb?
Yeah,
Enemy
it
UAV.
don't matter. I'm going.
Alright.
Just do my push.
I'm in. Set it right there, please.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy cluster strike incoming.
Why is he looking in the air? What the hell?
Oh shoot! Yeah, the guy up top B. Right to your left.
Oh, sweet.
Planting the bomb. The bomb has been planted.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice sound.
How did that nade end up there, Trick? Oh, you did a spotter. I thought you threw smoke. I was like, what in the world?
That's how you do it.
Nice.
Stand down. They've had enough for one day.
Teamwork, baby.
Ooh, and I learned that from the Wonder Pets. What's gonna work? Teamwork. Right in the ass.
I let him kill me because I knew you were right behind him.
Right.
Oh.
Thank you for the follow, guys. Oh man.
I gotta unlock attachments for this gun.
You just remind me. I gotta check mine.
Oh, that's shit. Uh-huh.
I hate when you unlock things, but it doesn't like. Doesn't like. I hate when you unlock things and it doesn't display properly. Like you have to like manually go in. Right. Oh god, not the cave.
Echo 3-1, Viper 1-1 on approach, ready for tasking. What's your position?
Roger,
7-1, target acquired, weapons free in 5 seconds. Detonation is good, re-engaging. Target those vehicles. No go, 3-1, that's too close to free.
Right, very true, very true. All right, guys, let's go, let's go.
Grab the bomb and destroy those targets. Bomb secure. Move out.
Where we go? We're going A or B? No matter. Ain't close to y'all. I just grabbed the bomb.
Wow. He's in the house. To the right. No!
Ah, damn it.
Less than a minute.
Right, DJ? Right? Wow. That would be true dedication, bro. Definitely. Like, what if like streamers go and get like facial surgery and like we become our logos? Like, can you imagine that? Like, that's crazy. Wow. What was that?
Search and destroy.
I don't know about the SCAR, man. I'm starting to think I like the M4A1 a lot better. All right, let's go, guys. I just need to work up on our work up on this.
Okay. I hate this map.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I agree. I like this map for like TDM, but not so much for search. It's too open, man. I don't like a lot of these maps. I tried single fire and that didn't work out too well.
Yeah, I don't even know where I'm dying from, dog.
How the hell? Oh, this guy just hit fire from a while far away and got the kill. You would become a dog.
Oh boy.
Woof, woof, woof.
No pressure, right?
You got this, bro. You got this. To your left.
Less than a minute.
You got another one by you too. Oh.
Damn.
Down, but not out. Get ready for the next one.
You were in a tight spot though.
I couldn't go that way, so. I don't know.
Search and destroy.
He jumped off kamikaze like.
Hold on.
Target ID. Get to the
I
bomb
don't
and
know.
move in.
Trying to do that. It's just gonna take my whole life.
Bomb secured.
Never
Move
take me
out.
alive.
Never gonna let you up. Never gonna.
Get the hell out of here.
That's not gonna work, guys.
Mother.
Less than a minute.
Come on, man.
End that round. We've still got a shot.
Alright, I'm gonna use the other gun.
No, it's just the background noise, guys.
Switching sides. Search and destroy.
No, now I feel too sluggish.
Enemies inbound. Defend the bomb site.
I'm gonna go 0-43 this game. This might get stuck here.
Come on, man. I swear to God, like, oh, there's still so many adjustments to this game I gotta get used to. Like, I feel so slow. Like, I hate that. Like, I'm used to being like faster pace. Oh no, why?
Yo, shut up, dog.
Less than a minute.
I muted him.
Wait, what happened?
Enemy bomb.
Dude, that guy. Menayo, or whatever. He kept on going, pa.
Yeah, bro, I legit just have it set to where I only hear the party. I don't really care about what people say in this game. Most of the time, it's not even beneficial at all. Ooh.
Trying to play and he just kept on talking.
Yeah, I hate that.
We lost that one, but we are not out. Stand by for redeployment.
Yeah, Tricks 2007 and Tricks.
Or Mr. Atari. I hate that gun.
Destroy.
Just spray and get kills.
Right.
Enemies inbound. Defend the bomb site.
Dum bum bum dum bum dum bum. What really saves people in this game though is the edit class in between. Wow.
Looks like they're going broken right now.
Whatever, man. Just whatever. I don't care right now.
We got a contender.
So lucky, dude.
Oh, look, she'll be fine, they said. Oh,
Son of a tricks. Yeah, don't remind me, guys. I can't even like focus on the game right now.
Alright, here we go.
Less than a minute.
Ay 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 ay. Ay 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 ay. Wow.
Oh, you're
fail.
kidding me. I didn't hit the ledge?
Focus up for the next round.
Wow.
Man, there's a ledge there. Just didn't hit it. I just kept on falling.
Search and destroy. Asset locations confirmed. Enemy
I know.
UAV online.
Nah, I try not to use profanity too much for the most part. I hate crosshairs in games. I like games without them. Makes it too easy for players.
I'm stealing all my chips.
No, I know.
I'm always stealing all my
But there was a
chips.
lot of times I had like a lot of kids coming to my channel, and I don't want to make it to where.
Enemy UAV online.
Yo, I don't get this, dog. I just shot the gas cannon.
It's down to you.
Whatever, man. All in different directions.
Yeah, this map just sucks.
We'll come
I don't even
prepared
know why
next
this map
time.
became a thing.
You got hit so hard. Yeah, I don't like crosshairs. I don't like games with crosshairs. I really don't. Yeah.
Tricks. That's you from the back.
Yeah, I wish we could do this like this mode without crosshairs. Like I would be so I hate crosshairs. Like it just makes the game way too user friendly. What's the point of having optic scopes and all that when you just have crosshairs on the screen?
Wow, muzzle.
I tried, guys. I'm sorry.
We all did. Recoil.
No, I don't either. I don't either. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'd rather not have crosshairs. Yeah. Well, Rainbow Six Siege does that. It shows you the spray patterns pretty much. This game doesn't really show you. It just shows you range and accuracy. That's it. It doesn't really. It just gives you a bar. It doesn't really tell you where the recoil would normally go. I don't care if people get a piece of tape and put it in the middle of the screen. That's cool. But I just don't want crosshairs. I don't like it. I just feel like it's too simplified. Feels like you're playing like Grand Theft Auto or something. You got crosshairs. It's I don't know. I'm really tempted to go hardcore mode, but the only thing is there's more camping in hardcore. What map are we on? This one? Oh, I can do this one. Not really. Why am I only getting 129 FPS? What the hell? What's going on with my game? whatever, man. Whatever. Ugh. Screw you. Go lick some cow poop and then farm. Get yourself some dairy. Get some dairy poop. What you need to do right now. Lucky son of a gun. Right. Yeah, you see a crosshair. No, yeah. I agree. I just don't like crosshairs, like, when you're not looking through the
Have
optics.
the advantage. Maintain pressure.
Yeah, I used to love hardcore. Don't get me wrong, I was a hardcore fanatic. I don't like, because some of the just damage on weapons were just insane. But I don't know, man.
Search and destroy. Secure the bomb and destroy those targets.
Like right now, I got this little dot on my screen, just like I don't need that. Like, what the hell? Why is that little dot there?
You have the bomb. Get moving.
Oh my god. Wow. You like the dot? Yeah, but CSGO don't really have like super long range maps, so you don't really need
Show them who they're fucking.
range scopes. Like a dot, you're good. I just don't like this. Like there's just so much climbing in this game.
Search and destroy. Secure the bomb and destroy those targets.
Yeah, screw this, y'all.
Bomb is in play. Protect the carrier. Be advised, enemy personal radar active.
Dude, climb! What the hell? Oh my god. Wow, he lived through that, okay. One's coming. Watch his kids, one on top.
Less than. It's all up to you now. The squad's counting on you. Seconds. Time's almost up.
Whatever, man. Like, I don't understand. I aimed, I shot. They shoot one round and get me. Like, I'm... Wow, no hits on their screen, but I got a hit marker. See, this is what I'm talking about. That latency crap.
Switching sides. Stand by. Search and destroy.
No, we're a team short. What the
Asset
hell?
locations confirmed. Defending them is critical.
Dum ba-da-dum bum 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 bum. Dum ba-da-dum bum 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 bum. Da-da-da. Wow. Yeah. You can see the FPS at the top. Like right now I'm getting 160 pretty much.
Less than a minute, soldier.
Yeah. No, actually, the background noise is not in the game. It's not people in the game talking. It's my background. It's people around me. Yeah, so I can't really mute them out.
Get back out there. Show them who they're fucking with.
Mr. Atari, yeah. You got a compliment there, Mr. Atari.
Search and destroy. Asset locations confirmed. Defending them is critical.
Alright, here we go. We have to defend this. I'm not... Oh my god. This map is trash. I'm getting so frustrated right now. Like, I can't even focus anymore, guys. Well, I'm trying to level up my weapons. I switched my loadouts. Like, I changed the AR I was rocking with. I switched for the SCAR, and I'm just not getting as much luck. I changed my sniper, which sometimes I do get. Sometimes if I'm feeling it.
Less than a minute, soldier.
I haven't done my SMG yet, but shotgun, it just depends. I don't know, man. I don't know. Just a bunch of tryhards at this hour. I don't like it. Supposedly with this Call of Duty, we're supposed to have all DLCs, content, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know. It's supposed to be like a one-time buy. Yeah, no, it's angry. If you were to get this game, I would say just wait until they fix
30
stuff.
seconds. Time's almost up.
Yeah.
Stay hungry, soldier. We're headed back in. Search and destroy.
Yeah.
Asset locations confirmed. Defending them is critical.
Yeah, if I were any of you guys, I would just, like I said, I would just wait until updates. Climb the damn thing. Thank God. Thank you. Hallelujah. I just wish we can have this silent all the time. Like, I love this. Like, right here, how quiet it is. And look how fast this damn thing goes. Like, that's crazy. Dude, you're loud feet, bro. Get the hell away from me. Oh my god, now my feet. Look at it. Look at this. Rip my ears because boom, boom, boom. It's like somebody's like twerking in my ears right now, guys. This is ridiculous. This amount of like
Stay hungry, soldier. We're headed
toe
back.
flapping is just ridiculous.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Target's ID. Get the bomb and move in. Bomb is in play. Protect the carrier.
Man, feet's still so loud, like I'm walking on snow. I'm walking on dirt. Why the hell is dirt so loud?
Less than a minute, soldier. It's just you, soldier. Watch your back.
I got 3 people alive. Not good. Oh my god, here goes my
30
loud
seconds.
feet again.
Time's almost up.
Where the hell's the bomb? Of course it's way over there. I'm not gonna be able to make it.
Get back out there. Show them who they're fucking with. Search and destroy.
Oh, that laser pointed though.
Bomb and destroy those targets. You have the bomb. Get
Come on.
less than a minute, soldier.
Wow, man. Just whatever. Oh, he shot me.
30 seconds.
He literally just got me with that.
We have the advantage. Maintain pressure.
Oh my god, really? DJ, I just realized what you just said. You're hilarious, bro. Nah. Oh my god.
Search and destroy. Secure the bomb and destroy those targets.
I can't, guys. I'm trying. I can't. They have this one guy on our team really. Wow. We'll get another Claymore here in just a minute, guys.
Less than a minute, soldier. We have the
Oh my
advantage.
God, like-
Keep it up next round.
I mean, we're winning. I guess I'm happy for that. I agree, man. Oh, lower the competition.
MP7.
Oh snap! I'm trying,
Switching
bro.
sides. Stand by.
Figure out.
Destroy.
I almost wanted to try the MP5, bro. The MP5 seemed like it was better.
Inbound. Defend the bomb site.
Have you tried the MP5?
Yeah, I gotta level up a lot.
Yeah, they're probably going for B.
Less than a minute, soldier. Bravo is their target. Secure it. It's all up to you now. The squad's counting on you. We're not out of this fight yet. Get back out there.
Yeah, DJ, I don't have any of the. All I have is like regular. I have to see what kind of files I have. I think there's just regular PNG or
Asset location
something like that. I don't
confirmed.
have any of those like
Critical.
Photoshop files that you're talking about or anything like that, or with Adobe Premiere. I'm just gonna rush it in, guys. We gotta get these wins.
Be advised, enemy personal radar active.
We're gonna go in from the back. Try to flank the enemy. I just don't like how quick that silent goes. Way too fast.
Less than a minute, soldier.
Wow. Whatever. How'd you get over there, bro? Yeah, the only other things I have is like this.
Now that's how you kick some ass.
Yeah, that's all I have. Well, in that particular design, I lost some of my files when I rebooted my computer. Wow, we won that, but that was, whew. That was just phew. Ooh, flashcard. Okay, cool. All right, here we go. All right.
I realized my headset was on mute the whole time.
Make it count, bro. We got this, man. We got this. Come on. One step at a time.
What happened to our team, man?
I don't know, bro. They all dip. Some of them don't like Surge. It's a little pain in the butt cheek sometimes.
No mistakes.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Surge.
I used to be.
I'm actually doing okay.
I am.
With guns, no attachments. Yeah. I mean, I don't have the right stuff for this.
No, you scared me, bro.
Whoa, my shit's going. My spidey sense is going crazy. Somebody over there. Where the hell is aiming at? Almost. Oh, I see where you're at. Little bastard.
Wow. I got some hit markers on them though. That's good. That's always good, guys.
1 minute remaining. We are out of time. Move. That is the way. On to the next round.
Run like a mother lover, run like a mother lover.
Search and destroy. Critical assets identified. Keep them secure.
We gotta make this count, guys. Wow. Sprayed him in the freaking face, and he's look at that. Look at that. He just comes in, just one shots me. I'm like spraying at him. Yeah, it was on Discord.
1 minute remaining.
Yeah, I sent them on Discord. Okay, guys, here we go. Come on. Come on. Come on.
I didn't even see him behind me, man.
30 seconds.
That motherfucking
We are out
shotgun.
of time. Move.
Yeah, bro, I know the feeling, bro. I came at him and I got 3 hit markers on him with my MP7. He just one shots.
1 round means nothing.
It's
Prepare to
literally
fight.
a one shotgun, bro.
That shotgun requires like no skill at all.
Yeah, 1,000 is a little too much for me. Right now, I'm just doing
Identified. Keep them
doing
secure.
that. That's it. That's all I'm doing. Nothing too expensive. This is good enough for streaming, good enough for gaming, voice communication. I don't need anything. I'm not doing like music
Enemy patrol
productions
radar
and like
overhead.
I don't have to worry about all that.
Enemy care package.
Oh yeah,
inbound.
you're gonna definitely need that, bro.
Airstrike. Get Get down. Enemy bomb at Bravo.
Hey, took my kill.
Wow. Don't worry about it. He's camping across the window.
There's no time.
Yeah, no time either, yeah. I was wondering, yeah, he wasn't in there at all.
Next round. Pick it up.
Yeah, it is quite a bit for consumers. Yeah, I agree. Now if you're somebody like, you know, Ninja, Shroud, Soda Pop, and whatever, and you making money, I say go for it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go all in for it. But if you're just like a small streamer, you're doing it more as a hobby or a passion, or you're just not really making that type of revenue, I would definitely just say usually a couple $100 is usually about budget ranged, and that's usually pretty good enough. I wouldn't really go too crazy unless you're making the money. You know, start off with something simple and then work your way up. Let's get up top here.
Oh, fuck, I forgot I don't have claymores.
Ooh, got him with that headshot. Wow, shotgun up top. Not gonna understand you went. Look at this guy. He just wow. Oh yeah. You know what, bro? It really only activates more while I'm speaking. Like you don't hear so much in the background, like if I'm not talking, but it's just like once I talk, it just does sort of pick up. I do have 3 options on here, and I do have the gain all the way down so it doesn't pick up a lot more.
30 seconds. We are out of time. Move.
But yeah, like right
Oh
now,
my god, I hate this fucking
it still picks up the chair. I don't like that.
garbage.
Oh yeah, we got this though.
Raise your weapon. We're not finished yet. Search and destroy. Retrieve. Destroy your targets. The bomb is in play. Protect our carrier.
Okay, that should be a little better, hopefully. I gotta change my threshold too.
Fuck.
Oh, you really? Yeah. I gotta reset it up. There we go.
Willing to die for their mission.
Yeah,
So
we learn every day. Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah.
search and destroy.
I'm gonna go plant
Targets
an A.
identified. Capture the bomb and engage. We have the bomb. Attack the weapon caches.
Oh really? Oh man, maybe I screwed up something. I'm gonna camp right here for a sec.
One minute.
Wow. He's a straight asshole for that one. Dude's prone and shotgun me. I'm done.
Planting bomb on target. Keep eyes open.
Straight camping, bro. He didn't move an inch.
Bomb planted. Begin countdown.
Wow. Oh, that's desperate, man. Like if that's not desperate, I don't know what is. He must be working on the
That's
challenge.
not, no skill.
Enemy UAV overhead.
You get that bright, shiny green light, bro. They know that you're aiming now.
Yeah, I know.
Damn.
Countdown. The bomb is exposed. We're not done yet. Make it happen.
I had the complete wrong class. Too late to change.
You look like a Christmas light there. Have a
Switching
happy,
sides.
jolly laser sight.
That's my deathmatch class. I can tell you fucking fucked up.
Oh my gosh. All right, I'm gonna switch up here.
We have assets in the field. Defending.
All right, we got assets in the field, guys. Let's go.
Enemy care package found. Allied UAV.
Wow, dude, man, this dude, man, I swear to God, every time I look at him, he ain't moving. He just shoots. He finds a spot, posts up, and just sprays. I'm done. You're about to remove GeForce Experience? Yeah, I don't blame you.
I didn't do that. It's just
I had to
how
re-
do you enjoy a game when you just fucking stand still.
There you go, Mr. Atari. Take your time, miss. Take your for farting. Farts are good. Gets our energy levels back up.
1 minute remaining.
What?
Wow, rubber bullets.
Fuck. Bro, that's what I'm saying. I stopped shooting. I fucking thought I killed him.
Look at this guy. Oh, ouch.
Not done yet. Make it happen.
I remember the FAMAS. That was more like a Black Ops 1 gun, I think.
Yeah. 3-shot burst.
Right. LOLs. Get it, get it, get
It was
it.
alright if you had good aim.
Search and destroy.
Just for this guy, I'm going right shit with the shotgun guy. I'm gonna man, screw this guy.
Critical assets identified. Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh, and they know where we are. Great.
Excellent.
You are still trying to win.
Met your match. Your soul is mine.
You'll never win.
Everybody's always in the center. Finish him.
One in this building, be careful.
Take cover.
Oh, behind you. On top. They just dropped down.
Wow.
You're like a little bitch.
1 minute remaining.
Yeah, sorry to 10.
Bravo. Move in.
Oh shit. Oh, okay.
That's how you do it.
Okay.
Successful.
I see you,
Bomb
man.
disabled.
Alright.
Stay focused. No
Nice.
mistakes.
Yeah.
This round is ours.
When bullets don't work, just use knives, bro.
And a shield.
Woo!
He got his hand.
That was sexy.
Search and destroy.
Oh, man, I ain't gonna lie. I was nervous, bro. They're all there. I'm like, oh, I can't miss. If I miss, I would have lost.
Critical assets identified. Keep them secure.
Yeah, one chance. Oh, what the hell, dude? That little balloon floating around in my room.
I play Dead by Daylight sometimes.
Keep thinking it's it. Oops.
Package ready.
Oh, did you guys see the care package glitch in this game? Call in a drone, put the care package above it, and the drone carries the care package to the sky, and you can go up.
Oh shit.
Lost the strike. Let's launch.
Wow. Talk about luck.
Seconds. We're out of time.
I'll go watch B. B is clear.
Sarah, stay hungry. There's more where that came from. Switching sides. Search and destroy.
I got you, DJ. I saw your thingies. Skits, we gotta get you a mic in game, bro. But you can hear them, right? Or no, you can't hear the
Back to
team?
weapon caches.
No, I
Cluster
can't.
strike. Take cover.
Oh, they got me, bro. But they might have gone for the bomb I'm at.
B.
Yeah, there was 2 there I took out. Shoot. I'm in with that comeback, guys. I think that Crow was that professional streamer next to you, Capo. I think I heard that. Oh. Thomas! Bro, what are you cooking, bro?
1 minute remaining.
You used to always make fish and chicken. What's going on with your cooking? Sky Owl, welcome back, bro. Yeah, we were having some tough games, dude. Wow, unbelievable. Yeah. Man, you remember Mr. Atari back in the day, bro, with these games, remember?
Oh yeah. We're the team to beat.
30 seconds. We are out of time. Move.
Yo, I'll tell you what, bro. That Desert Eagle is strong.
Well, I think the Desert Eagle was always strong in Modern Warfare. Is actually, I want to be surprised.
2-shot kill, bro.
Oh, better than the pistols. Oh, nice.
I'm rocking Riot Shield and Glock 50 right now.
Yeah, DJ's right, guys. I can't show you guys exploits on streams. I can make YouTube videos on it though.
Phew.
Nice one. That comeback though.
Do something too, bro. After that 3.
Yeah.
After that 3 knife kill you had, bro, I had to do something.
Got a little jelly there.
A little bit.
I know you guys were squinching, right? You were clenching them cheeks like, oh, he ain't gonna do it. We're gonna lose.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, thanks for having faith in me. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's not bad, not at all. I knew you were gonna get it, but
Oh, wow. He flamed me, but I got the bomb is at B where I'm at. Yeah, bombs at B. Yeah. Oh, the bomb shows on your guys' map. Never mind. I didn't know that.
We have the bomb. Axe, weapon,
Oy, so what am I gonna eat tonight, guys? What's going on, bro? How you been, man?
bomb set. Hold.
I was not paying attention at all.
Aw, thank you, DJ.
What?
I mean, if anything works out.
Gonna be my last game, guys.
Oh, snap. Do I hear,
No. No, I gotta go to work.
I'm just teasing you, bro. You're fine.
Well, for work.
He's coming in front of you. You got this, Skits. You won.
Oh.
He wanted that Deagle kill. Woo!
Ooh.
That Deagle's looking good. Reminds me of Tomb Raider. Deagle looks like Tomb Raider.
It looked like the pistol off Halo.
Oh no, man. I was playing some old school Tomb Raider on my phone.
Okay.
Nothing better than using a health pack, and she goes, "Ugh." Good job, guys.
Ass.
Did you? Oh, by the way, DJ, look at the media section. Did you hear the thing about Mark Cuban? All right, sorry. Good gaming, bro. Good gaming. Hope we game again sometime. Just let me know, bro. Oh. Assassin over here. Where you at, bro? Yeah, you got it. You got it. Mm-mm-mm. You hate television? You know what? Like, I have to be with you on that one though. I agree with you on that one because I don't really do like. I don't really watch TV. You know. I don't know, I love the dragon camos. I think they're pretty good.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah, no, I believe it, bro. I don't even really watch like cable television or anything like that. If I'm gonna watch something, I'll just watch it some other ways. Oh, really? Like my new camera, bro?
Search and destroy. Protect the assets.
Oh, matches your shield. Let's go, let's do it. Oh! How? This. Okay, now we go live, Mr. John Doe location. Wow, really? That's what it is, huh? Probably a lot of things you can't even reveal too, though, DJ. Nice. Oh! Oh, what the hell? You get shot with it? What the heck? What is going on? Where'd that clip go? I want that clip.
Oh shit.
That's how you do it, baby.
Oh, okay.
That's how you do it.
We've set the tempo.
Oh, I missed it. I should have done it a little sooner.
Oh, okay.
Let me get that kill cam.
That's how you do it.
Okay.
Successful.
And that fucking wrist. It's in the flick of the wrist.
You said a flick of a wrist? Wait, what?
Asset
Hey,
location
what?
confirmed. Defending them is critical.
Oh, shoot. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. Man, they hiding?
Let me get that
Play.
again,
On to
baby.
the next round.
Seriously? They got the color key into the level of Counter-Strike? Nice.
I'm telling you, bro. Grab that desert.
Yeah, I might have to, bro.
Asset locations confirmed. Defending them is critical.
Oh, they're there, they're there.
Friendly predator missile inbound.
Oh, Latin, thank you, bro.
We've taken the advantage. Make
Camera's
sure we
checking
keep
dots in the ceiling. Right, that's what I'm saying, bro. I got you, Latin. Oh, Latin, you had to invite me, by the way. Hold on.
switching sides.
That's my username on Call of Duty. Just add me real quick, so I can get you guys added.
Destroy them.
Hey, watch my back. I got a care package.
We've got the bomb.
Copy that. This is 1099. Is it 1069? Go ahead. Over.
Friendly. Planting the bomb. Secure the area. Set security.
Your care package just disappeared, dude.
I didn't even get to grab it. That thing takes fucking forever to fall, dude.
Wow.
Regroup and stay focused.
Wow,
Next
I've
round is
never
ours.
seen no. Oh my god.
So you can defuse and again it's smacked in the face. I like that. This should like cancel the defusing or something, or at least interfere.
Oh my god.
Search and destroy.
He just was worried about his life, just defusing the bomb, you
Secure the
know,
bomb.
nothing.
Destroy the target.
Yeah. If I heard a throwing knife, I would have threw it.
Secure. Destroy their weapon cache.
Why am I lagging? It feels like I'm lagging. What the hell? Alright, I think they're going for A. Yeah, they're going for A.
Less than a minute. Have the bomb. They're planting the bomb.
I'm planting.
The bomb has been planted.
Oh my god.
What's up, next round?
That was beautiful.
There we go.
Hey, dude in the game's mad, dude. If you look up at the party chat, he put, why do I always get cruise?
Right.
Destroy.
Because you were standing in the back like a
Thank you, DJ. That'd be nice to look at, bro. Yeah, we got this, kids. Don't worry, bro.
We have the bomb.
Wow, double team. No, no, no. That is really cool, bro.
Friendly counter UAV active.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Less than a minute.
Okay, okay. Yeah. We're almost done here, Len. I'll be able to pick you up, bro.
Shake it off. Focus up for the next round.
Ooh. Ouch, that hurted.
Switching sides. Search and destroy.
Oh. The heck was that?
Asset location confirmed. Defending them is critical.
Wow, came behind me. With a shotgun, of course. Go figure. Why wouldn't
Enemy
he?
shield turret spotted. Less than a minute. Seconds. Move. We lost that one. Step it up.
Ouch. Yeah, I think one of these days, maybe, I might. No!
Search and destroy.
Oh, I cracked my back. Yo, we're still in the lead, though, man.
Protect the objectives. Personal radar online. Friendly UAV online. Bomb planted Alpha.
Wow, I shouldn't have sprinted that much. He went in with C4. Wow.
Shake it off. Focus up for next round. Search and destroy. Protect the objectives.
Alright, come on. I don't feel like my game is, like, laggy or something. Took a couple down. This will be the. There's like 2 rounds, or yeah, 2 rounds left.
You're fired!
What's up, boy? Oh. There we go.
That's
One
the
round
way.
left.
On to
These
the
rounds are
next
pretty
round.
quick though. It's almost done. Really? No. That was little man getting yelled at.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Secure the bomb. Destroy the target.
Yeah, it's still live. Yeah, what's going on there, Anthony? How are you, bro?
Cache.
What is going on? Alright, guys, here we go. Oh, okay.
Personal radar online.
I get my knife back? No? Oh, that works too.
Friendly UAV online. Planting the bomb. Secure the area.
Woo-wee!
You scored the victory. Let's have another.
Yeah! Jeez, you one of those, right, boy? You got it, bro. Got it, man. All right, guys, we gotta pick up a couple people here real quick. All right, Skits, we're gonna pick up a couple. We're gonna pick up Squiggles and Latin Mick Assassin.
You want me to back up?
Yeah, back it out. You gotta back it out so we can pick up some people to play with us. Gotta back on out. All right, give me 1 second. They should have added me, so let me see. Hold on. Friend requests. Make Assassin, got him. And then Squiggles. I gotta add Squiggles. How do I do that? Then we're gonna go ahead and get Bori in here as well. All right, Bori, yeah, join in, bro. I'm noobs, right? Let's go. Ain't nothing wrong being noobs. Don't let Latin fool you, bro. You got like a level 150 account. What is the max level in this game anyway? Any idea?
I don't know.
All right, so we should be getting Squiggles, Latin Mech Assassin, and I think it's Bori 216, but I think it might be. It'll be Boricua actually. There we go. So Boricua, me, and you. We're just waiting for Latin, and then we gotta get Squiggles. All right, shh, Thomas. But that's my job, bro. How do I join? I just invited you, bro. Hold on. Let me try again. Latin's new to the game, so this would be fun. At least we'll be matched with like newer players, so this would be good. Or some other accounts. Christmas balls. That sounds very, very jolly. Re-invite you? You're in the game, though. What the hell? I can't re-invite you, bro. Do me a favor, Skits. Kick Boricua over quick. Oh, Latin's here. Okay, okay. Squiggle's here. Okay, okay. Give me a second. Hold on. We got a full team here. Let me,
Let me know what's going on.
give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on. One moment at a time.
Make sure they're all down to play sir.
Right. What is that? Squiggle 77. All right, let me add real quick. How the hell did you spell Squiggles? What the? I can't think right now. I'm losing my marbles. Not a name you type very often. Oh my god, what the? Ooh, Latin, thank you, bro. Oh, it's a Z. I'm putting an S. Look at me, bro. I'm going crazy. Are you serious?
He's still trying. You hear me, Squigs?
Okay, that I guess for the life of me, I can't add squiggles at all.
He's in the lobby, Squigs. Alright, Tricks. Here with us.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah? Oh, we got Boricua, we got Latin, and we have Squiggles who makes it wiggles, and we got Skits and Tricks.
Do we really have to use this crappy ass fucking voice chat?
What's wrong with this voice chat? Over. This is comms communications from dispatch. Over.
I prefer Discord. Over.
Well, Discord means I'll have to grab Discord, and then we can go from there.
Let me go grab that cord, and we can go from there.
Sounds
Alright,
very
guys, I've
cool.
never played Call of Duty ever in my life, just for a heads up.
Yeah. Mick Assassin's actually just a straight up 100% Fortnite player. First game he's ever played, so this is the first time jumping into an FPS shooter. What are those
I won
applause?
this game in a contest
What
for
are all
last
those
place.
applause microphones? Wait, what?
Felt sorry for me.
We never say over. I know. It's just being sarcastic. Such a myth, right? It's not always over. I think it's like only in the movies they be doing that. This is Trickster Dispatch. We got 1071 here in the northeastbound direction right now. Tango spotted 2. We got 2 occupants right now heading in a southbound direction in a 2-door sedan. Over. Okay, I think we're all set up here. Do we have anybody else to see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5's the max or 6? I don't remember. There you go. 4 VIPs. Where the subs at? Hold up. Yo,
It was
we got...
6v6 when I was watching it.
Yeah. I just say heard. You heard? You hearing
Any
it?
place again?
You just press the action key and the run key, jump key.
Just press buttons and see
Yeah.
what happens.
It's like fighting games, just
Button
button mash. There you go. Ask Squiggles, Marvel vs. Capcom. He'll tell you how it is. Remember Speedy? I made Speedy went and exchanged that game in one day. Got a refund within 24 hours.
Uh-oh, I think it's letting us play.
Let's do it.
Level 1.
Where are you talking from? So if you're interfering on a frequency, people know where you're talking from, and you'll be able to. Right. True. All right. Yeah, we got this. Let's go. All right, this is gun runner. That means you got to run with the gun. You ready? Try hard times. Woo!
Over that. Over. Oh shit. What the fuck? Let's get it done.
All right, keep your heads up and your ass down.
Search and destroy.
Nah, destroy and search.
Protect the assets. Watch your backs. Run on old number.
Hello, Cross.
I think it's last spotted at A.
Ooh, better trains on me.
Yep. Railroad tracks.
The old guy. Oh, there's fucking 2 of them, damn it. There's 2 of me. I don't remember if it kicks us out.
The other guy got me.
Playing the fucking mobile game. Oh, Find a guy
Really
to shoot.
using
Yeah,
the
dude.
fucking tryhard 725? Really? Like, you can easily win with that. Except Trixie. He sucks at aiming.
Why is it not letting me stream? What the hell's wrong with this?
Oh, capitalized.
Regroup and stay focused. The next round is ours.
There was no way I was going to that bomb with just a
Yeah.
Search and destroy.
We couldn't get to that bomb, bro. By the way, guys, Skits is actually on Discord, so you won't be able to hear him. But if he says something, I'll refer it to you guys. He doesn't have a Xbox mic that works at the moment. Wow, a tunnel. Shield going down the bottom pond. No, that just happened, guys. Oh my God, Anthony, hold on, what's going on? Invite you? Wait, you playing?
Damn it.
Not that many, bro. Not that many at all. Dude, did you get this game installed? Bro, play with us, bro. Right now I'm playing with Mick Assassin, Squiggles, myself, Morigua, and Skits.
I'm a little rusty.
First game of this whole game coming out. Oh.
Bomb planted on trouble. Defuse it.
Look at me go!
Step it up.
Funny. That was funny. Oh.
Search and destroy. Protect the objectives.
The round has started again. Claymores are definitely back, bro. More than ever.
And it's 2 out A.
Yeah, don't worry, I got you, Squiggles. That's how you take care of them.
Bomb's down.
Who the fuck just shot me?
And that's how you take care of them too. Oh, he's behind us.
Spot.
Yeah, it's okay, Jay. It's okay, bro.
I'll get another gun.
You know what we might want to do, Skits? We might want to do like a round rotation, so that way we're not always doing search. Like just filter like certain modes. Like we could do like search, TDM, and then I don't know whatever else you guys want to pick.
Well, we can try cyber attack.
Yeah, yeah, and put cyber on there too, bro. Yeah, just mix it, have it rotate, so that way we can do a variety.
Switching sides. Search and destroy.
All right, boy. Search to destroy.
I won us the round, guys.
Very nice, very nice. How much? I like it very much.
Secure the bomb. Destroy the... We've got the bomb.
Damn, I didn't get to step out.
Oh, I know he's mad. Just got 2 kills this round,
What?
guys.
Headshots don't kill people in this game?
No, well, it depends which head you're talking about.
I shot them in both. It looked like my 3 bursts. One in the dome, one in the home.
I'm flanking.
That shot.
Alright, any sound spotted, guys? I'll B.
Less than a minute.
Your luck, Tricks.
You have the bomb.
Plant the bomb!
They're planting the bomb.
with the damn C4!
30 seconds. Time's up. Move. Bomb planted. Set security.
That's how you do it.
That range.
Thank you, buddy.
No, thank you for, you know, baiting the enemy out.
Look at this. Look at that range. Hip fire.
Search and destroy.
I got it.
Yeah, I know, right? We exchanged kills to the windows there, Anthony. That's crazy, bro, how that happened, man.
I repeat, I got it.
Destroy.
Yo, that makes sense. You gotta make this look good, bro. You got Anthony over here watching, bro.
We've got the bomb.
Do what?
Yeah, you got Anthony watching. Oh, they're looking.
Fudge. What the fuck is this?
Alright, I can't hit people. I need different. I hate FAMAS's and 3-round bursts with a passion.
What in the water? I think they're going for B again.
It's our
Ooh.
bomb,
It's
damn
down
it.
to you, soldier.
There's no beat for them.
It is our bomb.
Care package inbound.
One person blew himself up. What the fuck? Where's go?
Less than a minute. Hostile strike is go for launch.
You bomb the planet, damn it!
Have the bomb. Seconds. Time's up. Move.
Had no choice. Plant the motherfucker.
I should have went to the other bomb.
Keep at him.
Dang it, man. I hate the objective kill. He just got me because of an objective kill. He didn't kill me for real, so it don't matter. Christmas ball consists of 3 parts?
Search and destroy.
Let's put,
Alright, I have a message for you there, Latin. To get your game up.
everybody push B, B,
We've got
B,
the
B.
bomb.
Everybody push B.
My game up. First of all, I wish I could.
Ah, one on the right side.
Wow, who was in that room with me? Didn't tell me that the enemy was in there.
Behind you, school doors open.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Thank you later. Okay, no problem, no problem. Tag, you're it, right? Oh, this is crazy.
Fight for it. Keep at
I
him.
know, Anthony, you gotta get this game, bro. You could be playing with us right
Oh,
now.
definitely. If I can get anything but a freaking 3-round burst, I can actually play this game.
Squiggles, I think you've been playing with the bots on mobile too much, man. You gotta catch up, man. Play with the humans again.
No, I've been playing this stupid app too long.
Oh, I feel you, bro. I'll be the same way.
Asset locations
Your fingers
confirmed.
back in play.
Defending them is critical.
Dude, I haven't played Call of Duty since like when we used to play in 2010, 2011.
Wow, dude. Oh, this guy's thirsty for that kill. Grab him a swipe, please. Crunch his
Please
thirst
let
for
me
me.
know if you die. It was right by you.
Let him know I said it. Yeah. Anthony wants you to know that he said it to step your game up. It was a bot, like mobile, right?
I'm about to get mad kills with this pistol.
Oh no, pistols are not like they used to be. Unless you got an eagle. Because then you could just... Flying. Ooh, get it, come on, like back assassin. He knows you're there. Oh.
Oh, nice. Oh, grenade!
Oh, the clutch!
What the fuck? Oh, grenade!
Oh, if you would have put it off.
Trash!
Yeah, I told you they're trash.
Yo, these pistols are trash! And there's like 5 X's and he just kept walking.
On to the next round.
Yeah, it's annoying, but I hate pistols. Unless you get like
the
the...
decap in this game.
You need a larger magazine, because you need to reload too suddenly. Oh, he's shocking you.
Yeah,
Damn.
my bad, guys. I got 2 kills. I'm happy.
No, you did good, bro. You're right above Squiggle, so you're doing good.
Maz, I'm good. Okay,
Protect the objectives.
Oh, gosh.
I didn't even know I was the last one alive, to be honest. Oh, flash. It's coming for me. And grenade.
Enemy personal radar online.
Whoosh.
Bomb planted on Bravo. Use it.
Boys, tricks, sensitivities on high. Get dizzy watching.
My sensibility's about like that.
Once you get the sniper, you're golden. Oh, for sure.
Dead. You're not. On your feet, soldier.
Oh, here's a comment. All right, he said he likes Fortnite because Call of Duty is for real men.
Ooh.
Ooh, he can hear everything you say, so feel free to speak.
What? What?